No.
Nutmeg maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The Pacers attempting to go up 2-1 and now officially are up 2-1 as time has run out. Boy, Oklahoma City had the lead in the fourth quarter, but as is their custom, the Pacers rallied and were able to finish this one off 116 to 107.
Good morning, Metroplex. That opens up the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ live on a rainy, messy, nasty Thursday here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with a practice recap at 6:20. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And you all have officially won the NBA Finals debate over this being a tougher series or not, as if Oklahoma City is going to win, it's going to have to come in at least 6 games. Pacers take game 3. This was a fun game. It was a good game.
Oh, easily the best game of the series because game 1 had the drama, but I mean that was
not to the end.
No, there was the very end. It was the last handful of minutes. This was a really, really fun game, and it was. There was a point there in the in the third quarter where it was Indiana had the lead coming out of half, and all of a sudden, the Thunder kind of took control of the game a little bit. But Indy just made the shots that they had to just keep it within 5. And then all of a sudden, fourth quarter rolls around, and that was a really fun ending to this.
Yeah, I mean, look, this was a really good game overall. Obviously, Indiana kind of pulls away in the last few minutes and puts it out. But it was we remember we were talking about the Knicks and how tight Thibodeau's rotation had gotten in the playoffs, where it's you're basically playing 7 dudes. What's your problem, man? You look at how just complete and well-rounded Indiana is. This is going to be a great argument for just the continued discussion that's gone on in the NBA for years before about just the idea of team basketball. 8 different players made shots for them in the fourth quarter. They had 8 guys come in and contribute in that fourth quarter. And so, I mean, they are a shining example, just like Toronto was with Kawhi Leonard, just like the Pistons when they beat the Lakers 20 years ago. It's team basketball with Indiana, and it's Rick Carlisle.
There is no sport, no league more so than the NBA, where in this type of situation, your role players, your no-names, step up and have a good game at home. I bet on Indy's role players.
Well,
I just bet on the wrong one. I bet on Nembhard hitting 2 threes. It was not him. It was Benedict Mathurin with 27 points off the bench, 9 of 12 from the field, 2 of 3 from 3, 7 of 8 from the free throw line. And we had not seen or really heard or remembered his name whatsoever in the first 2 games. But this is what happens at home, where your no-names, they get that extra juice.
Yep. And look, I mean, he was hurt last year.
I think he was their second leading scorer during the season.
He's a good player. I mean, he was really good in college. I think he was the 5th or 6th overall pick. When he was in Arizona, he was fantastic. And, he goes to the NBA, and he's kind of had a anonymous start to his career. But, boy, you're right. I mean, last night he was just tremendous. And McConnell off the bench was really, really good. Did I see a stat?
It was fun watching McConnell's dad in the crowd. What a dream.
Yeah, that's cool.
He was chugging down some drink.
Did you see what stat?
That he's the first player in NBA history, that one, to have a 10-5-5 off the bench in an NBA Finals game?
I saw it.
How the hell is that possible?
No idea.
Ginobili never had 10-5-5 in a Finals game?
Ginobili was a scrub. So, I mean,
Jason Terry never had 10-5-5?
No, Jason Terry was going to put up 10 threes and make 5 of them.
Did Sean Marion ever come off the bench? I know he was, a starting caliber. I couldn't remember if he came off the bench. Lou Will?
Somebody else contributing at that kind of level. But I mean, that's
in a Finals game? That's
maybe a lot of those guys didn't make did Lou Will make a Finals?
Maybe not.
I don't know. Marion,
I'm just going back, the 90s Bulls, surely Kukoc came off the bench one of those games.
Right.
I don't know. It just didn't make a whole lot of sense. That's the first time ever? Okay.
And we're naming all these names. Rick Carlisle afterwards said that's what it's going to take.
TJ just brought a competitive will to the game. Mathurin jumped in there and immediately was aggressive and got the ball in the basket. And, this is the kind of team that we are. We need everybody to be ready. It's not always going to be exactly the same guys that are stepping up with scoring and stuff like that. But, this is how we got to do it. And we got to do it as a team. And we got to make it as hard as possible on them.
Miles Turner had a bad shooting night, but he had moments with 5 blocks. I'm falling in love with Obi Toppin, the slam dunk winner. He's this year's version of Aaron Gordon for me, the freak athlete out there, comes up with a big play. He did it last night as well with 8. And then, Ben Shepherd, who I don't even remember playing, he came off the bench as well to help everybody out.
Yeah, and on the, I was just looking this up. I was trying to figure out the specifics. On the McConnell front, the 10-5-5 is related strictly to steals. So it was his 5 steals. It wasn't that he had 10-5-5 rebounds and assists. It was the steal angle that did it for him. But, this has been consistently... This is why I think people are so hesitant, when you watch a game last night, where, Tyrese Halliburton played really, really well. But, this is why there's maybe been some hesitation about just, how much is Tyrese Halliburton a guy that carries your team or that you lean on? Because Indiana is just so complete, and it's always somebody different. Like you mentioned last night, it can be McConnell, it can be Mathurin, it can be, in the Knicks series, or it was Neesmith who was coming out there and just raining down threes in the fourth quarter. It's a new person every night. It does feel similar to Carlisle's last team. They just don't have a Dirk necessarily.
You ready for my hot take?
Yeah, let's hear it.
You guys had your fun. You guys can pat yourselves on the back.
Oh, you're going Thunder in 6 now.
Thunder in 6.
I think I'm still picking Thunder.
I mean, I wouldn't.
I'm watching the game last night, and I'm like, OKC is still the better team. Shea had a slow start. To me, Halliburton is not getting the right type of offense that you need from him consistently. It's either going to be that little running teardrop, or it's going to be this quick catch-and-shoot three. Last night, he made the threes. That was his offensive game. He had 4 threes made, 11 assists, 9 rebounds, a great all-around game. I bet on the over with the rebounds. He easily went and did that. But unless, Neesmith, Nembhard, and that's the thing about Indiana. It can rotate. Anyone can do it. Shea will score easily over 30 in the next game, and they will go back home and end this in 6.
They, look, I still think it's going to be in Thunder in 7, but I mean, I still think OKC will probably win the series. The issue with Shea is are they going to get that last night? They didn't give him. I didn't think some of the calls you would have gotten in the regular season. If they're going to continue to do that, I think it's a live series here. Because if he's not going to get the same kind of calls that he's accustomed to, and he's going to try to foul merchant that thing, that's just going to lead to some missed shots.
I didn't notice him getting screwed.
Oh, he wasn't getting screwed. No, I don't think he was getting screwed.
He didn't get the...
I think that they give him a generous whistle during the regular season, and they've tightened it up a little bit.
I got to see what it felt like he was driving less last night.
Yeah. It wasn't his slithery, total, easy, mid-range game, at least to start off.
No, and you look at, I'm looking at his shot chart right now. Yeah, he had his typical, 6 shots basically at the rim, but there's a lot of this that's just settling for 18, 20 feet on there. Like when you look at the way the shot chart breaks down and the way that he did it, it's that it felt like, he was still doing his typical penetration. Credit to Indiana playing really well. It's also, when you mentioned Miles Turner, getting 5 blocks, that's something that factors into how much do you want to go to the rim and try and challenge Miles Turner.
And OKC wasted a big night from the starters. Chet was fantastic, especially early on with 20. And then Jalen Williams was the best player on the floor, period. Jalen Williams, their number 2, with 26 picks, 9 of 17, 7 free throws made. I still can't wrap my mind around him being such a good player. He doesn't look explosive. I know he's a high mid-round pick coming out of college, and if Sam Presti looks at you and drafts you, you're probably going to be fantastic. But Jalen Williams, I'm just but last night he was fantastic.
He was great. You mentioned not looking like a basketball player, or not looking like he should be as good as he is. That's the feeling I get, and then the main reason why I still hope to this day that the Pacers somehow pull this out. And I was getting sales guy Cody angry at me last night. He legitimately told me to F off after the game.
Oh no!
But
because he's a Thunder fan.
Yeah, he's a big Thunder fan. And the thing is, Lou Dort. I cannot stand watching that dude play basketball.
Thick.
It's not just the thing. He is such a little irritant, and he's good. It's one of those guys you probably want on your team when it's your team, and everybody else hates him. But there's 2 reasons to root against the Thunder. It's Lou Dort and it's Matt Pinto. Just root against those 2.
Pinto, there you go.
And that's America needs the Pacers to win just because of those 2.
We're literally trying to get the Stars to get a Lou Dort.
Yes. Dort didn't do anything that annoying last night.
No, he's an irritant in general. I don't like the little side swipes. I don't like the way that he plays the game in general. Although last night, he was much better. In terms of, you watch the way that he plays on the perimeter stuff. He doesn't look like a guy who'd ever knock down a 3 because of how bulky he is and everything else.
He can do. I know. Out there.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't look like he fits his game at all. But you mentioned the Stars. That was the other thing we got last night, was the Miles Turner walking in with the Tyler Sagan jersey. And that was cool. Out.
All right, so the Pacers take the 2-1 series lead with Game 4 at home, where it's more than just basketball. My apologies for shinxing the Texas Rangers.
Leiter ready. He kicks and fires. Swinging. There's a high drive, well-hit ball deep into center. Going back on this is Carter. He looks up, and it's gone. Byron Buxton hits his 11th home run of the year. It comes with 2 men on board and gives Minnesota a 3-2 lead.
Byron Buxton hits the second longest home run in baseball this season, 479 feet, as the Rangers lose to the Twins, who pulled away 6-2. My mom said it. I wish someone out there would have done it over the years. Just go the exact opposite of whatever I tweet. As soon as I tweet something, moments later, go ahead and just bet it. Put money down, because I was sitting there and I was getting geared up for the basketball game, and I'm like, okay, I'm enjoying watching the Rangers here a little bit. Marcus Semien going deep. Jack Leiter out there with his stuff. Here's Evan Carter starting to catch. This is going to be fun now. And then, bam, just like that, Minnesota scores 3 in the third, 3 in the fifth. Ball game.
Yeah, and it was, like you mentioned early on, you get the Semien home run, which that was smoked. Look, I mean, when he hit that thing, he just starts immediately going into the home run trot. You get the second run up, you're up 2-0. You feel like Leiter's been pitching well. And when he got into that jam specifically where the Buxton home run hit, where he puts 2 men on instantly, I was like, all right, can we see a repeat of what he did last week? Where he got the runners on the corners, nobody out, and then he stood in there, got the strikeout, got the pop-up, got the strikeout. And then he hung one up there for Buxton, and that's
literally hung one up there.
It's because Sean's like saying it's the second longest over the year. When Buxton hit it, I'm like watching, and you watch Minnesota in that stadium, like you're watching, you're like, yeah, that could stay in, right? Like it just feels so deep in that like left center pitch right there. But when I was watching that, I was really hoping, all right, let's see Leiter battle. He scrapped all night, but I mean, again, you had some control issues. He was walking guys last night. The fastball velocity looked good. The fastball looked good. It's just nothing secondary looked like it was working very well for Leiter. And then obviously, once you put up those 2 runs, bats kind of fell asleep for the rest of the way.
Yeah, look, I mean, you hung a really bad slider to the wrong guy, and the problem is you had walked the dude before him, who's like one of the worst hitters of the team, and like that's you're putting yourself in a spot where you're going to hang that pit. He was sitting dead slider too. You could just tell nobody's hitting 479 when they're out in front of it and they're just kind of getting the bat on the ball. I mean, he was sitting slider, he got the slider, or he sitting off speed, he got the slider, and then you just hung it. It had basically no break, no movement at all. And then that turned out to be the game. And then they get screwed in the balk. They got screwed in the balk call. 2 innings later, and that never. Who knows what would have happened that inning? But I mean, they just had a lack of base runners after that.
Every single hit he gave up last night, Jack Leiter, was on his secondary stuff. Not a single hit off the fastball.
Wow.
And the fastball, like he was cranking the fastball up to like 99. I knew they threw the graphic up there. He's got like the third or fourth highest average fastball velocity in baseball this year. That was working. He looked like he had precision with it. It's just he couldn't work in any of the changeup, the slider, nothing like that.
Game 3 today with Patrick Corbin on the mound. I actually thought his ERA was better than this. What is it? Guess.
3.48.
The 3.52. Bobby there close, going up against sub 4 on the other side. 11:30 pregame on 105.3 The Fan.
I don't even. That's KNC asked if we wanted to do that final hour, the 10 to 11, and we rebuffed that with great prejudice.
11:30 pregame, 12:10 first pitch on your home for Rangers baseball. The Dallas Cowboy, who is looking, and I quote, really, 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 really good. And I may have missed 4 reallys. You hear for yourself. Who is the Cowboy, according to Coach Schottenheimer? Bobby takes us inside the Star for a Cowboys practice recap. You're only going to get here on The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen this before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Kids, donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-33. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
And we do that here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys with our insider Bobby Belt attending Cowboys practice all week long on DFW Sports Station. We got a lot of Cowboys news to get to, including the Jerry Jones Netflix release on August 19th. It is the Dallas Cowboys, America's team, the Gambler, and his Cowboys. You got that. Trayvon Diggs says he's aiming for week 1, and we're going to get the LA Rams in Oxnard. All of that as we go inside the Star.
Yeah, it was a busy day yesterday. I was surprised, by the way, we got that announcement of the release date because I know it's not done yet. And so anytime they put a release date out for anything that's not actually finished yet, I'm always surprised by.
Well, weren't they always like...
They had a target range.
Yeah,
roughly.
But I'm talking about TV shows. Doesn't South Park write it the week of?
Yeah. South Park's turnaround time, the way that they're able to do things is nuts.
And I imagine Hard Knocks in season is probably a quick turnaround where they're doing things last second. I know one episode of Vanderpump Rules, I think Scandival, they were editing last second, I believe. Rest in peace, Vanderpump Rules.
All right, so out at Cowboys minicamp yesterday, the top headline was Micah Parsons. So Micah, we had anticipated
Shocker.
He wasn't going to do anything on the field, was the anticipation. He had said, yeah, I might go out there Wednesday, do some stuff if my back isn't tight. And it's like, all right, just say you're holding in, dude. But he's out there, he's watching the D-line drills. They were inside, and he's got his beanie on. Does not look like he's going to be doing anything. And then you see him just kind of looking around, and he kind of waves at somebody, and one of the equipment guys comes over, hands him a helmet. He takes off his beanie, puts the helmet on, and he goes, get out of the way, I'm getting in there. And he got in the defensive line drills. And it wasn't just that. The way it works, they got the 2 guys there, and it's this competition, basically. They will snap a ball or simulate snapping a ball, and you're supposed to get off and go through the bag. And it's like this, all right, let's see who's off the ball quicker. And so it's like it becomes this little competition. Micah had them do it 3-4 times in a row, and I can't remember who he was doing it across from, but he did it, and he goes, no, back again. And then he went back, and so you could tell he's been itching.
Were you guys scurrying when you're like, oh my God, Micah, what's Micah doing? So he had to be. It's like that cockroach in the hallway.
The one Choppy's not even killing. He's just brushing down the hall. I
wanted everybody to see it.
Look at this guy.
He wants to do his Nat Geo. Narration of the cockroach.
The cockroach in the Americas, in north of downtown, lives a good life.
So it's funny when that kind of thing happens. It depends on how obvious it is to everyone. If Micah's slipping on his helmet and they got all these different position groups, then you're kind of quietly just don't look like I'm panicking too much to take this photo. Let's make sure I get the only photo of Micah slipping this on. If it's something where, all right, it's happening right in front of you, you're communicating, you're saying, hey, do you see this? So-and-so's doing this or whatever else. This one was, everybody could kind of tell. And so you're just quickly over there let's get a shot of Micah because we don't know how long this is going to last. But he stayed out there for the next 2 or 3 drills they were doing. When they went to team period, he came off the field, didn't participate in that, but he couldn't help himself. He loves ball too much, Sean.
2 questions. Number 1, did David Mulugheta know that this was happening? Micah's super agent. And number 2, did anything that Micah and Jerry discussed the day before kind of nudge Micah or inspire Micah to get out there on the field and show old Jerry I am worth that $40 million plus? I tagged David Mulugheta on Twitter and said, I bet David Mulugheta is having a stroke right now, having a heart attack, near pass out. I would guess
David Mulugheta knew it was possible that he was going to work. Micah, I don't think is generally going to step out and if they've had an agreement of you're not doing anything, I don't think Micah would have just done it. I think he knew it was possible. Jerry, I don't think anything would have pushed Jerry. In fact, my conspiracy theory in my head was the Cowboys being under the impression he wasn't going to do anything, because I think that has been their impression in large part. And maybe, David and Micah, they talk a little bit and they go just, throw the helmet on. Just get him just out of nowhere. Just run into a drill, get them all excited, and then just step back out or whatever. And get some buzz going about you being out there and you looking oh man, this is the kind of guy that I am. I'm so competitive. I couldn't even sit this one. I thought that was more possible, but he definitely, if he was acting and that was calculated, he played it off well. I think the reality is he did just get an itch and went, I need to get in here, and the competitiveness kind of got to him.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think I think the agent would have an issue if he was like doing like team, if he was in teams.
Was he running? What speed percentage was he running?
So he was doing drills that like simulate coming off the ball both times. So he wasn't like doing full sprints or anything. He was just doing like down in a stance and then bursting off the line and then running around a bag. And then he ran around a hoop.
So like
he did a
75%?
hoop drill. Yeah, just the he definitely was exploding out of his stance. So I mean, but that was it.
If he gets hurt there, that was a ticking time bomb anyway. It was going to happen.
No.
Oh, absolutely. There was no risk of injury in that.
And you don't do it before you sign your deal.
See that
you don't do it. That
is athlete. Like they're play pickup basketball in the offseason.
Agent's agent, and $40 million is $40 million. Like,
I just.
I'm not saying it wipes out the entire deal. Noah Brown got carted off yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, you don't know. You don't mess around with that. And the second part of it is, unless this pushes Jerry and Steven over the edge to say, this is the type of guy we wanted to wait and see, and this is the leadership we were talking about. Sign the deal. That was the final cherry. You gave the impression that you can't stay away. That did not help, unless what I just said applies. That in no way, I don't know whether I don't know how much it hurt, but that in no way helped the appearance or thought that Micah Parsons is not going to come around your football team or participate when you're trying to win games.
Yeah, I don't know that it changes the negotiation at all. Like, he was always going to play week 1, and he was never going to sign before camp because the Cowboys aren't going to do that. The Cowboys are going to make him wait till August, whatever. They're going to fart around with this thing like they always do, whether it's Dak week, opening night or opening day or CD or Zach.
What if he blew his knee out? You still think they're just signing him before the season?
I mean, they might. They did with Dak. They signed with Dak. Again, different position. But, I mean, also, like, he's not going to blow his knee out there.
Okay.
If he was doing team drills, I would have a bigger issue.
Okay. Achilles. He's exploding out of his stance. He's running the hoop drill, so he's going to be extending that Achilles tendon. Like, you could absolutely. It's not likely, but you could do something there.
Half of a percent chance.
Sure. It's a small chance.
Yeah.
But if it happens,
it's about the same chance that he would have it. He would probably have a bit greater chance in the weight room doing.
I would also
doing any kind of explosive weight activity.
I would also say, like, exploding out of your stance like that, though, like pushing off of that, and then it's the first time you've done field work. Those first few reps are going to be some of the higher percentage chances of.
I'm not
you're back
saying
out
it's
there.
going to happen. I agree with the percentage that you're talking about. All I'm saying is, if you don't go on the field, there's a 0% chance of it happening.
And like you say,
there's a 0% chance there. I'm saying, like, it could still happen in the weight room. Like, he would have if that Achilles rips in 75%. It's a compromised one anyway. It probably would have been injured in the gym.
Well, like you say, I think it does potentially. It's twofold. Like you say, either they look at it and go, "Man, we needed to see the competitor show his commitment," and this pushes us this way. The other end of it is Dallas sitting there going, "Gotcha. Okay, you're gonna blink. You can't help yourself. So if we just drag this out as long as we want, eventually you're gonna say, fine, because I don't want to miss games. I'll take it. I'll do it." And that's more of what I think it could be.
Let's talk about a teammate of Micah Parsons and a meeting room mate on that defensive line. Brian Schottenheimer on Donovan Ezeraku, who right now could be the darling. It could be Booker. It could be Booker, but Ezeraku is the defensive darling for now.
He's doing great. He's doing really great. And again, it's the business side of it's going to get done, but you can't watch the guy and not get excited just watching him do the things that we're doing out there on the grass, the things that we saw coming out of Boston College, and then the work ethic is elite.
He has been, while Micah has been away, it's been Ezeraku kind of simulating his role. So he'll the stand-up Micah stuff, some of the practice stuff they do, it's been Ezeraku doing it. And he's a little undersized. Like, when you look at him, he definitely does stand out as being smaller than some of the other guys. But his tape at Boston College, we talked about it right after he got drafted. He is the most pro-ready pass rusher that was in the draft, to me. More so than Abdul Carter. Like if you're just talking about pass rush traits and nothing else and what he does there, because he's still got some issues in the run. He still gets a little overeager. Because he's smaller, he'll try to dip under guys, and that gets him washed out of the play a lot of times whenever a tackle can get their hands on him. But from just pass rush traits, he has a complete toolbox. He's a great athlete, and he knows how to get to the quarterback. And that's why I think for him, you're looking at rookie year, he's going to be probably minimum 6 sacks.
I think it was Broadus on G-Bag who said they really feel like they stole one. Like they're giddy. They're giddy inside the building. I think it was Broadus.
Yeah, Ezeraku was a guy who they thought was going to go in the first round. Not that they graded him there, but they thought teams were going to take him in the first round. That's where he was projected to go. A lot of teams were surprised he was there on the second day. And I think for the Cowboys, they entered day 2 with a handful of guys where it's like, if one of these guys falls to us, we're happy because we got to wait 14 picks or whatever it was. And Ezeraku was on that list of, I think, like 5 guys. And when he got down there, it's like, easy pick. Don't even have to think about it. This is our pass rusher. This is the guy who can really wreak havoc for us. Also yesterday, we got a lot of notes that we can get throughout the day, but I think the important thing to jump to is because we talked about it so much yesterday. Jake Ferguson was back with the first team yesterday and working out. So could be just a reps thing. Could have been something that specific day they were scaling back his workload a little bit. CD sat out of practice, just kind of measuring his workload last week. So if you look at Ferguson and say, hey, we want you out there.
CD sat out last week.
Yeah, he sat out a practice last week. So Ferguson yesterday, he was out there. He actually had a really good day. He had a couple catches in 7-on-7 for touchdowns. He and Dak connected on some of the seam throws. But he was good yesterday. And the little bit we saw him on Tuesday when he was with the second team, he didn't look good. So could have just been he was under the weather or something like that.
And Ferg talking about what we've all been talking about, coming off his disappointing 2024.
I mean, yeah, my knee hurt for sure. The concussion was weird, but I've said this before, if I'm out in the field, I should be able to give it my all. So I definitely wasn't satisfied with how I played the whole year last year. I don't think I've ever played a full season and not scored a touchdown. So that was something I came into this offseason really working on. And so just really tried to dial in on that and make sure I was lights out.
You mentioned not having a touchdown last year. Was that something you were like tracking throughout the year, or was it in reflection? You're like, man, I can't believe I didn't have one.
I mean, yeah. I mean, week 2, I knew I haven't scored. So, yeah. I mean, that one stung, but at the same time, I was asked to do different stuff. So, whether it be chipping or pass pro or something like that, and that's okay. I'm trying to do whatever it takes to have this team win and to go and get our ultimate goal. So whatever they need me to do, it was kind of just a personal thing, probably get over that hump. But at the end of the day, yes, I do want to score touchdowns.
Has to do different things in Mike's offense, huh?
Oh my God!
Didn't utilize all your weapons, did you?
God forbid I have you block once in a while.
Didn't use your weapons up. Okay, I get it.
Inside the Star, the home of the Dallas Cowboys here.
Go to yesterday.
On Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell once got our segment called Life Hacks canceled, and he wants to bring a part of it back for the Payload.
Oh, baby.
Thursday edition is next right here on The Fan.
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Insights has lower V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday, 6:40. It is the Payload. Every Thursday at this time. And we got some fun stories to get to here, but I got to do some cross-promoting real quick. I was listening to the G-Bag Nation yesterday, 5:30, G-Bag of the Day.
Wow.
Because I had sent Lucius some audio from our fun segment yesterday, High-Low. Just some audio there that took place, and I was like, okay, maybe it's G-Bag of the Day worthy. It's been a few weeks, I think, maybe a few months since we've been G-Bag of the Day champions. So I was like, all right, we got to get back out there. We got to get back on the streets out there, get a little, win underneath our belt. And so I sent him some audio. He didn't play it, unfortunately. Maybe he's saving it for today or tomorrow. But Lucius started off G-Bag of the Day talking about what he was eating in the Pimp Cup right here, where I'm sitting at right now. And this is how we started off G-Bag of the Day, and just let me know what you think about it.
I had to spray down the Pimp Cup with some Febreze.
Oh, yeah?
I was in here eating my bootsy tuna, trying to pack on them proteins, and I didn't want it to smell like a volleyball locker room or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's tough.
Volleyball locker room.
Like a BBL?
Yeah, the BBL smell. Had to protect Carter and everything. You know what I mean?
God, he's so funny, man.
That's
amazing.
awesome.
They finally unleashed Lucius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were figuring out that his segment was like the highest rated on the show. I would tell the fellow, give him 2 segments. You guys got 5 hours, except for Rangers season.
Yeah.
Give him a second segment. The voice, the delivery.
It's only taken 15 years to give him a segment.
That's right.
Why not? Why not now?
Yeah, hilarious stuff. I mean, there was whenever he gets behind the mic and he just gets going, that's why they put it in the Expressway, G-Bag of the Day in LA Live, is you just get 40 minutes straight, basically, of Lucius. He's amazing, dude.
It's good, strong Lucius content. Now I'm curious. You're in with the Gen Z slang.
Yeah.
So, do you know what BBL stands for?
Yeah, is that the Brazilian butt lift?
Bring him up.
Nice.
He got it. I'm impressed.
That's pretty easy.
Yeah.
No, because a lot of people still think it is what it used to be, which is what it used to be. Peyton, I'll let you say it.
Big booty Latina.
That's what it used to be. And so I was going to see if he had been disconnected from Gen Z on that one yet.
Okay.
I would have always thought Brazilian butt. I would have, even 10 years ago, probably.
Really?
No, probably not. It probably wasn't even a thing then.
I'll write that down. But all right, let's get to the stories here. We have restaurant issues. Do not mess with the restaurant business. Some viral stunts have taken place. They've been going around where customers have been pulling off the eat and return scams. People have been ordering food. They eat half the meal, then telling the waitstaff, no, I didn't really like it all that much. Take it back. And so they take it off the bill. Then they order something else. They eat half of that, and they send that one back. So they're basically trying to make it buffet style here. They're ordering, 3 or 4 meals, eating half of it. And this is something that I can't even imagine doing. I'm all for life hacks, but I can't even send my steak back when it's overcooked. I had a situation 2 or 3 weeks ago. I was eating at the restaurant that Bobby referenced on Monday. They cooked my steak well done, and I just ate it like a champ. I was like, sorry, I can't do it. I'm just going to eat this food, go along my business. with the meal and then go home after that.
I hope these people like their replacement meal with a side of spit in it. That's what I'd be doing if I was back there in the kitchen. The only thing I can relate to with this is a drink. So went to this new Mexican restaurant a few weeks ago, got a margarita. It was so sweet. It was like I couldn't drink it.
Frozen or on the rocks?
I think it was on the rocks. You have a follow-up to that?
No, that would, yeah, like if it was like frozen, it'd be like, okay, that's really like, that's in just the machine.
Yeah.
I guess this would be in the machine
still
too.
Put more sugar in it, but it was so sweet. I said, let me just have a beer. And when I made that decision in my mind, and I was pouring water in it to try to cut it, and I said, all right, I'll take like 3 more sips. I'll take 3 more sips of this, but it wasn't like I was trying to get another margarita. I switched the entire drink order, but that's the only time I would ever do this. This is bad.
We were with Kristen's brother years ago for his birthday, and his wife ordered some like fish thing, and she ate it, and she ate the whole thing, and then when they came around, she was like, I'm not gonna pay for that. And they were like, why? And she goes, it just tasted too fishy. It's like, it's fish.
It's literally fish.
It's fish, and you ate the whole thing. You ate the entire that where you're just like, is it still fishy? Like maybe I'll find the answer. And they took it off. They took it off the bill. She didn't pay for it. And I was like, okay, well, I guess if you're enough of a Karen, that'll happen.
Look, I don't send food back. I've sent a drink back before food. I think I would do.
I don't think I've ever sent anything back at a restaurant. I'll just sit there and sulk.
Yeah, I tried to. Now, like, I think there was one time where,
look, if it's a $50 steak and they torch it, Peyton, if they come over, what I'll do is I'll be like, because I don't want to sit there and not eat.
Right.
You gotta wait another 20 minutes and look like a fool. I'll be like, this is not medium rare, overdone, but I'll eat it. Then I want them
to offer something.
Offer to say, let me replace it. I'm going to take it back. We'll take it off the bill. We'll this and that. But very rarely will I just be like, you have to take this back. I might make the observation in the hopes that you then act. And if you don't act, then I'm not tipping you as much.
There you go.
Peyton, this place that you're talking about, I know they're known for when you order a steak, they will cut it open in front of you and say, was it cooked the way you wanted?
You know,
did they
used
do
to
that?
And they haven't done that in a couple years. Now, I mean, I don't frequent this place a ton. I mean, I go maybe once every couple months, but they haven't done that in years for me.
How did you order it originally?
Medium rare. But I mean, when I cut into it, I mean, it was brown inside.
Oh.
Yeah.
Chicolene told me to go to this one spot, and they bring out this big fancy steak presentation. And I was like, okay, that looks like it's medium rare. And then they bring out their blowtorch and you were with me?
I was with you.
I'm sitting next to Bobby. I
it's
said they're destroying this.
Yeah.
Like they think their stupid little fire extinguisher is impressing us. It was, some places like they're forcing the show.
Yeah.
With the sign that's being brought out, and they're like, hey, go ahead, put on a hat. Let's make this feel festive. I was like, they're destroying this steak in front of our very eyes, and they did. A guy who we were with who never complains, John, he's like, this is awful.
Yeah.
This is terrible.
I think he sent his food back.
So good job, Chicolene.
All right, it is the Payload every Thursday at this time. We talk more about food here. The Wiener King is back, Joey Chestnut. Or he's trying to be back here. Joey Chestnut says he wants to return to the Nathan's hot dog eating contest on July 4th after he was banned from last year's contest from it because of his partnership with Impossible Foods. The 16-time champion is in talks with Major League Eating to try and get back into the action, into the contest. Do you guys do you guys set aside time to watch this event on July 4th?
No.
I think for somebody who has won something that much, I don't think there's a more irrelevant human than Joey Chestnut.
Wow.
Why?
It's impressive.
It's all
what he
about
can
dominance.
Do, I mean,
he's power eating. You should love him.
See, that's when you start. The moment you dip, you're done. You're out. You're not a true fast eater. Just shove it in the face. I don't want to see people eat. Get the crap all over his cheek.
I nominate Bobby Belt for tomorrow 9 a.m. worst take of the week.
Yeah. Well, look, not my goat. I agree. LeChestnut is awful because that's what he is. He's the LeBron of his era. He thinks he's the GOAT. My GOAT is Kobayashi. It was just different in the early 2000s.
He started the game.
He started the game.
And then he got lapped.
It was a more physical era, and I don't think that Chestnut would have been able to, like, some of the way those guys would elbow you at the line. I just think he's soft. I don't think that he's anybody who era adjusted we would say is the GOAT. So I don't care about him performing.
I would buy Chicago Sky season tickets. Before I tuned in for free to a single Joey Chestnut episode.
You never watched it?
Joey haters.
Awful. I can't see people eat.
It's gross.
It's gross.
I gotta watch the final 15 seconds. That's impressive to me.
Why the Chicago Sky specifically?
Because they're the first team I thought of.
Yeah. Portnoy.
So if you were told you had to do this, you had to go into a eating contest, what's the one food item that you would feel comfortable winning in? Mine would be chicken nuggets. I think that's easy. It's small. You can just stuff them into your mouth.
How many do you think you could eat, and what type?
Oh, dude. Oh, you give me like Wendy's chicken nuggets. I'll even go spicy. I think I could probably eat, let's see, in a minute, I bet you I could eat, if I was really hungry, I could eat close to 30.
In a minute?
In a minute.
No, all right, I'll give you
close to 30. I'll give myself 25.
In a minute, I'll get. All right.
Go
It's
to
not
the
possible.
Go downstairs.
No, I'll give you $150.
Yeah.
You can just try it and tell your fiance not to jump me if I don't end up paying the way she did with the hot chicken sandwich. It's not possible to eat 30 nuggets in 1 minute.
Well, I said close to 30. I give myself. I backtracked a little bit.
I don't think he can eat 20.
Go downstairs. Go across the parking lot, and we'll get a 20-pack.
I don't think he couldn't eat 15.
Yeah,
I'll keep lowering
we'll just buy him a 20-pack.
Yeah, because that's a nugget every 4 seconds that you got to chew and get. Yeah, I don't think.
I will do it next week.
The answer to this for me is I don't know, the one I couldn't win any of it, but the one I think maybe macaroni. I do feel like macaroni for some reason is just bottomless for me.
Does
I
have to be a specific?
No,
because there's a lot of bad macaroni
No,
out there.
it's just good macaroni, whatever tastes good. I feel like macaroni, I could eat a whole pot of it.
I would say it's pizza for me. I just fold it up and go.
Marinara, your stomach can't handle it.
I know. I am speedy with pizza. It's bad. It's like 3 bites and the piece is done.
All right, last story here,
so
guys.
you willing to do the Wendy's chicken nuggets next week?
It's just, I mean...
he's backtracking. You offered him $150 and he's backtracking.
I told you, when I'm hungry, I would have to do it.
Don't eat that morning.
You won't be hungry next week at all. You don't want $150?
Okay, fine. We'll do it.
You don't have to.
We'll do it. No, I might as well do it.
Fine. I'll try for 150 of your dollars.
Just don't watch how they're made beforehand. You'll throw up.
Choppy.
I don't need
all your food preaching.
No, it has. I saw a thing that literally has petroleum in it.
So, are you never going to eat a chicken nugget again?
Not that kind. Not
Wendy's, McDonald's, fast food one.
McDonald's.
You think McDonald's is all of a sudden magically dropping from Purdue?
They're by far the best at tasting.
All right,
but they have petroleum in it. I'm done.
Last story here, another food story to get to here real quick. It's fix your damn sauce packets. There's been a bunch of angry customers going around the beloved Chick-fil-A that they say their sauce packets are too hard to open up. I think we've all had this issue before. You get through a sauce packet, you just rip it open thinking, okay, it'll just fly open, and you'll dip your nuggets in there, your fries, and then you tear it right down the middle, and then you have to make the decision. Do you have to get your finger in there and take off the rest of the lid or the wrapper, or do you just, settle for a little half-dunk chicken nugget?
You know where this has never happened? Whataburger. Peels right off.
Never.
Right off.
No issues. Perfectly clean. I have had this issue with the Chick-fil-A one especially. It splits right down the middle when you peel the corner. It's awful.
Yep.
You're right. The Whataburger ketchup never fails. It never fails to open up properly the first time. Never.
It's the Payload every Thursday at this time with Peyton Phillip Russell here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Are the Mavs on the list for Kevin Durant? NBA Finals Game 3, and the New York Knicks get embarrassed again. All of that with a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway after this. But this, man...
Hazel babies. Nutmeg maybes? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
Is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He's got the ball now. Right edge of the arc. Here comes a three. Halliburton with 22 points. Timeout, Oklahoma City.
This guy is the Denny Matthews of the NBA.
That ground ball to short, and the Royals win the World Series.
How old is this dude? Where's the excitement? The Indiana Pacers are shocking the world right now. Maybe not this studio with these guys thinking it would go at least 6 games as they take Game 3 at home, 116-107. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a rainy, nasty Thursday. We got you covered to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 116-107.
Yeah, and look, I mean, this was the best game of the series so far. Obviously, the drama of the finish of Game 1 was great, but I mean, that was the first 2 games. Oklahoma City was in control. This was something where
it's been a pretty decent final so far.
Yeah, for storylines and drama and everything else, it's been good. And yesterday was the best game that we've seen to this point, and it was pretty tight throughout the game. And then you get 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter or so, whenever that was. Indiana starts pulling ahead a little bit. Shea obviously not coming up huge there in the fourth quarter. Would he have like 3 points? I think he had a free throw and a bucket. That was it. But I mean, that was last night. It was just, again, it's one of those examples of Indiana just come together, playing full team basketball. 8 different guys score in the fourth quarter. I was looking it up. I think they've had 11 players during this playoff run score at least 10 points in a game.
Wow.
So they're deep.
And that cost Jay-Z $1 million.
Good.
As apparently
rude.
He put down the $1 million bet to win 3.3 on Thunder in 5. That's not happening.
No, that I do not believe that is possible. Could be patient in 5. You don't get credit for that one though. I guess if you bet how many games does the series go regardless, but he didn't bet that one. It's a tough bet. It's a tough loss right there. Mark Boyle looks like is his name. 35 years as Pacers radio.
By the way, we were talking about T.J. McConnell earlier, and this was his Dirk performance. This is him going out there. They were talking after the game.
J.J. Barea performance.
Yeah, well, they're talking about him. They're like, he had a cold. He's been battling. He's been sick. So he went out there with feeling a little bit under the weather without Oklahoma City having to cough and fake like they were making fun of his illness.
You see his sister?
Yes, she plays in
WNBA.
Phoenix, right? Is she with Phoenix?
Sure.
That steal that he had, that's just a lazy pass. It's a very lazy. That's not an NBA Finals, pass. You cannot be at all lazy in this. It was Richard Jefferson talking about you can't even picture the amount of intensity that happens in a finals game compared to like any other game, even in the postseason. And that's a perfect example of it. Like you cannot like be even the most little bit lazy with anything. Great heads up play.
I'll tell you what, as much as Rick Carlisle's reputation is kind of prickly and rough around the edges and stuff like that, he's gonna, if they pull this series off, he's gonna reach pop status where it's like not the level of him as a coach. He's gonna reach the point of like nobody is going to call him out for being a jerk anymore. It'll just be like, nope, he's allowed to be a jerk. He's a great coach, so he can be rude to anybody he wants.
Tyrese Halliburton putting it in the face of myself and Kevin Hagelin.
The commentary is always going to be what it is. Most of the time, the talking heads on the major platforms, I couldn't care less, honestly. Like, what do they really know about basketball? The commentary is what it is at this point. It doesn't matter. We're here in the NBA Finals, 2 wins away from an NBA championship. So, just got to stay with it, put my head down, keep working. And as a group, we just got to keep learning from our mistakes, seeing where we can get better, and take it a day at a time.
God, I got to give him the applause. He pulled off my pet peeve. He did it. He said, I could not care less.
Yeah.
Got to give him even more credit. And he called out his dad's jeans yesterday. They weren't Michael Irvin glitter black jeans, but they were some type of jeans. And he goes, your jeans are out of pocket. He gave him the hug, said to his ear, your jeans are out of pocket.
He's a tough guy to figure out because like all these analysts are saying, he's got to come play. He's got to, try to get his points. He's got to try to score more than he does. And it's just such a weird thing for a guy who is supposed to be the best player on the team. Jimmy Butler's in the same situation. How does Jimmy Butler go out there and get 9 shots in a playoff game? These guys that are just like, some days they're just not there. They're not with it.
Yeah, well, Tyrese doesn't have that type of offensive game.
No, he does. He's not like Jimmy.
He's not. Jimmy's a better scorer. But Jimmy likes to pass, too. Jimmy loves to. He would rather pass than shoot. And Tyrese Halliburton, right? He's not the best athlete. He's always moving all the time. He loves getting others involved. And I really don't think that he's done it through the playoffs, but he can't make up his mind to wake up tomorrow and say, I'm scoring 30 today.
No.
Because he has to hit these awkward-looking catch-and-shoot threes. And when he's going to the rim, it's a teardrop runner at the free throw line. So he's not an explosive offensive scorer.
No, it's not his game. In fact, it's such a bizarre setup right now because if they were to win this game or win this series, Indiana, this is to me more than Detroit, more than Toronto in years past. I'm trying to think if there's a team that even comes close to this Indiana team in terms of being lacking stars and just what seems like the most generic type of collection of players that you could think of. Even Detroit, they didn't have a bunch of big time primary scores, but that was all NBA defense from all 5 of them. You knew that's just, it's their style of play, but those are superstars on the defensive side. There's no superstars.
And they still had Hall of Famers. I don't think Halliburton is on his way to the Hall of Fame. So they have this may be a team that wins it with 0 Hall of Famers.
Yeah, they've got some first round picks, but it's not like they were all top 3 or 4. Mathurin was 6th, but the rest of them are mid first guys, 11, 12, 15. You get some second rounders. The way they built their team is pretty remarkable.
They're not gonna win it though. Thunder in 6. The New York Knicks get embarrassed again. They were 0 for 3 after the Mavs said you can't talk to Jason Kidd. The Atlanta Hawks made it 0 for 4 as they said you were not talking to Quinn Snyder. And
why Quinn Snyder?
Quinn Snyder was highly regarded.
Yeah, he was a big time coach once upon a time.
Once upon a time.
Nothing in Atlanta.
No.
But to me, you can't win big with Trae Young. And they're running out of people. Charles Barkley called him out last night on NBA TV.
The Knicks got to be the stupidest damn people in the world. Like, you don't fire no good coach like that and don't have a plan. I mean, Tibbs did a hell of a job. Obviously, something's going on there, but you don't have a plan. And now the three coaches turn you down. You got to have a plan, man. And they don't have a plan now. I mean, I don't know what the hell they're going to do.
Wow. Embarrassment.
You mentioned, like, they're running out of coaches. It's like they haven't even tried the traditional route the way they're supposed to. Stop asking other teams for their coach. Just go hire somebody.
And
hire Michael Malone, man.
Someone tweeted me exactly that. How bad does this make Michael Malone look?
Really bad. And unless they've already reached out, he told them no.
Or unless they're like, all right, he's the backup plan. I don't know.
But even the backup plan makes him sound worse because now he's not the backup. He's the fifth up at best.
It just feels like New York just wants to take something. Like, it's just it's the Brunson thing all over again. It's like, yeah, we can tamper. Who cares? The league's not going to tell us. We'll do the same thing. We're hiring coaches. All right, shoot, we're running out of options. I mean, we've called 4 teams trying to steal their coach, and they won't let us. Call somebody who's not employed, guys, or call somebody who's going to get an elevation.
Shams has come out with the latest Kevin Durant list. They're working on a deal with the following teams as possibilities: the Rockets, the Spurs, the Timberwolves, the Heat, and the New York Knicks.
So, I mean, look, if you're a Mavs fans, if you didn't want Kevin Durant here, this is good news for you. It does not appear that he has interest coming this way or that they have expressed any interest in getting him. That's good news. But, like, this could very well also be teams that just have a lot of cap space, and you got to figure that one out. But it's kind of a mishmash of teams here that are thrown in there. Like Minnesota, Miami, like those, they don't equate. Minnesota, Miami don't equate.
What do you mean?
One's South Beach, one's Minnesota. Like, these are not like a lot of free agents are like, I want to go to certain cities. The hot button cities. This is like, he's all over the map. Durant, good for him for wanting to go to a team that wins.
Durant, that's what it is. Durant wants to win. Durant wants to win something that won't or that might save his legacy is what he wants. And so he's looking at, all right, where are my options? What makes the most sense?
Mark Stein has added on to some Mavericks notes. They prefer to keep P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford, but Gafford is still available in the right deal, apparently. Expected to re-sign Kyrie to either a long-term extension or free agent contract if he opts out. So I can hear Tim Bontemps right now on the Hoop Collective saying Dallas Mavericks are about to make a big mistake.
By extending Kyrie?
Yeah.
Man, I think that's that might be one of those saving the fan base situations. But I will caution this, that theory of you've got to sign Kyrie to save kind of the morale around here. I don't know if that's the case still with Cooper Flagg. It might be. It might help. But, there's a lot of unknowns with Kyrie.
He is.
Yeah, right. There's a lot of unknowns with Kyrie and the injury and what he's going to be like afterwards. Gafford's interesting because he's going to be pricey. I mean, he's not going to be cheap. Someone's going to give him a lot of money on the open market.
Well, that's it. Yeah, he's entering the last year of his deal. So, I mean, it's like if he's going to cost you a bunch of money, like, you're probably not going to be able to sign him. I would try to move Gafford this offseason and just get something back.
Oh, God, I love Gafford.
Yeah, I do too. He's great. Like, it's not anything of just like being unhappy with him. It's like, you got to do something to rebuild resources here, and you're not going to be able to resign him.
What are you going to do when Lively gets hurt? Lively's always hurt.
You got Anthony Davis to also play, but you make him play center when he's in a uniform and able to play.
Never hurt.
We have some Stars headlines and possibilities. Is it David Pagnotta? This guy has been on it at the fourth period. NHL analyst tweeted yesterday, the Stars are indeed taking calls on Jason Robertson, but Jim Nill is hesitant to move him as they look to free up some cap space. I'm told they're shopping Mason Marchment, who is entering the final year of his contract at $4.5 a year. And I was reading deeper into this. Mason Marchment has like a no trade clause. Like, how the hell did he get a no trade clause? But that's Jason Robertson. And Choppy, you've been brainstorming.
Well, we've been looking at, maybe moving on from Robertson to, because you got to give something to get something. And I've been wanting to get Brady Tkachuk from Ottawa in here. It's going to cost. It's going to be Robertson and something. Robertson and Maverick Bork. Robertson and picks. It's going to have to be something to get him. but you're giving up. And if Jim Nill...
Marchman, by the way, he's got 10 teams on a no-trade list. 10 teams.
I'm pretty floored by that.
Right?
Yeah. Like, if Nill is hesitant to move on from Robo, that tells me one of two things. Like, one, he not only loves him as a player, but he also likes his style of play. He likes the skill, and he values skill over toughness. And that's what Robertson really has. But also, I wonder if he's hesitant to move him because he doesn't think the value that he would get in return is what he's worth to the team. Like, he's a really, really good player. Is he going to bring back the value that you would hope, that you would think, and as you think as highly of him? I think Nill's obsessed with skill. Look at this team. They are a very skilled hockey team. They're more finesse than not, but they're tremendously skilled. And that's great. But I would sacrifice some of that skill for a little bit more grit and toughness.
Don't they feel like that feels like where they're at, though, right now? Like, I think they are that way, too. Like, I think Jim Nill seems to recognize they have a problem there. Jim Nill tried until the very last second at the trade deadline to get a defenseman in here who was going to add to their physicality. So I think he understands we've got to improve in that area. Like, they clearly know they need some changes. I don't think they just think DeBoer firing, that's the only thing we need to do. That'll clear things up. I think he knows they need tweaks.
Headlines to get you ready for your Thursday on a nasty, nasty day leading into Father's Day weekend here on Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, who is once again at Cowboys practice Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. And why is Bobby talking about the Dallas Cowboys offense being unstoppable? No other morning show had someone there at practice. We will recap what they did on the field for America's team on the official home of the Cowboys with a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway. We go commercial free after
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
By the on-time experts, and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
You are not from DFW unless... fill in the blank at 7:40. Part of the Neighborhood Watch, the most local segment in radio. We are rolling on a Thursday with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We have some Luke Bryan tickets to hook you up with coming up in a few minutes. Same giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour, so do not change the radio station, especially when you don't hear any commercials. And we are going commercial-free right now as we head back inside the Star as Bobby went to Cowboys practice again after yesterday's show.
Gentlemen, your confidence level at this date in the Cowboys passing attack?
7 or 8.
7.5, that's good. 7 or 8?
Yeah, right
okay.
there.
All right. Jake Ferguson wants you to know this should be a 10.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can't cover everybody. So, I mean, having him 88 and then Jalen, some of the young guys, myself, Brevin, Scooney, you physically cannot cover everybody. And I think it's going to be really hard in the pass game, but then also, we can run the ball too.
And that's what was on display on Wednesday. Not running the ball. They can't really do that out there at these practices. But the unstoppable nature, the uncomeback-withable nature of the Dallas Cowboys passing attack. It was the most dynamic practice we've seen yet from the passing game in terms of just their ability to control the entire practice. So the Cowboys ran back-to-back plays. They were in 7-on-7. They ran back-to-back plays inside the 5-yard line. And they ran it to the back pylon both times. It first started with CD, and then it was Pickens. And on both of them, they were wide open. So the first one had Sean's favorite player, Kenneth Murray, from yesterday's high-low, and Deron Bland completely confused about where they were supposed to be. And that left, they off the line of scrimmage, CD just went directly to the corner, the back corner pylon. But because of George Pickens being in front of him and some of the different things they were doing with the route combinations to confuse them, CeeDee Lamb got to the back pylon without anybody 8 to 10 yards around him. And that's CeeDee Lamb. That is supposed to be your focus. But they had no clue who had the responsibility because of the way that Dallas had confused things. So they said, all right, let's go right back to the well. We're going to do it again. Same play next time. And they did it again, this time with Pickens in the back and CeeDee Lamb up front. And same thing. Pickens gets to the back corner. Absolutely nobody around him, scores. And this was a consistent theme throughout the day, was just Dallas working, the Cowboys offense just working the defense in 7-on-7 and 11-on-11, especially with the first team, with a lot of their different route concepts and different things that they were doing. So it was a good day overall. It was a good day overall for the Cowboys offense.
I normally like hearing Jake Ferguson speak. I would love to have him in Oxnard again, sit down with us as RJ makes fun of his team's fight song. But I roll my eyes at all this. Every player, every year is in the best shape of his career.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Every team has weapons. Every team, you can't cover everyone. We hear it after NBA acquisitions. We hear this in Jacksonville. We hear it everywhere. You can't cover everyone. You got to make a decision. You can't double team. Blah, 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 blah. Go out there and do it.
That's true. But it is interesting to me that yesterday they were showing them what they were putting out there was Pickens and Lamb on the same side. That's going to stress things a little bit more if you do want to try and take both of them away. If they're both outside, if they're both playing outside, you can kind of bracket them both and it's no problem. Yeah. It's a little bit difficult if you stack them up. And if you do, like I said, legitimate stack formation, if you're able to put them on that side consistently, but you're going to need guys on the other side of the field to pick things up and be playmakers.
Look, I think it's going to be a problem. I think George Pickens is going to have a fantastic year. That's the way I feel right now, but everyone says this.
Look, at the end of the day, they're going to be a good offense. Are they going to be the number one offense in the NFL? Who knows, right? We're going to be splitting hairs. But they're going to be I would be disappointed if they don't average 26 or more a game.
That's what I was thinking, 26.
Right? So that's a weird number, though, right? 26. Yep. Let's go to 27.
The Cynthia Freeland number.
Yeah, let's go to 20.
I project the Cowboys will score 26 points on Sunday.
Yeah, but they should be. We should look up, and more often than not, just see them put around 27 points on the board.
Specifically at home. They need to score at home again, because that was the big thing for them. They're always able to play fast. It's considered such an advantage for them offensively when they're at AT&T Stadium.
But I don't want as big a discrepancy. I don't want 40 at home and 24 on the road. How about, you know what I mean? Just a little more balance with that.
Sure, you don't want Amari Cooper splits, but I'm pretty happy if 8 games out of the year I know they're scoring 40 points, and I'll take my chances on the 24 in the road games at that point. But it is something where I think a big deal of this. Ferguson can talk about can't cover everybody. We got this. That's true. That's great. The biggest thing for the passing game still is going to come down to, are they protecting or not? If they're protecting Dak and Dak has time to stand back there and Dak is going to be healthy, they're going to pick people apart.
John Machota got some quotes from George Pickens on why this is the right place for him. Quote, just the guys and the team speed. The team speed applies to the scheme, too. If you got a lot of fast guys, you're definitely going to have a different scheme. That's an interesting observation. Pickens said this is the most speed he's played with since his time at Georgia. And then I think Patrick Walker asked Pickens what stands out most to him in a Brian Schottenheimer offense. He said he wants multiple variations, a lot of motions, a lot of things that you get an indicator on what the defense is doing before you say hike. Some coaches don't do that.
No, a lot of coaches want to look at it static. That was something that...
He's coming from Arthur Smith.
That's something that, speaking of Arthur Smith, Aaron Rodgers, for instance. Aaron Rodgers has talked about he doesn't like motion. Aaron Rodgers says, I want to be able to just look at the defense and know what they look like, see what they're in, and just go. And also you hear a lot of other people talking about when you do motion and different things like that, it makes it difficult to do some of the tempo stuff that you want to do because you naturally got to slow down, get into your formation, move guys around. Sometimes they think tempo is more the advantage. West Coast is very big, so McCarthy was very big on that static stuff. That's why there wasn't a whole lot of motion. It's naturally the way that the system operates. Schottenheimer is going to run a system that, I think some of the stuff that people are going to see, like I told you guys the other day, it's going to be obvious it's different. Will it be better? Maybe not. They may be worse than they were last year. We don't know. It will look different. You will look at it and go, that's not the same thing I saw last year. Is that good or bad? That remains to be seen.
Look, you can have great, you can have motion, pre-snap motion, and be a bad offense. You can have stagnant and be a great one, and vice versa. Like you said, Rodgers liked it. It's all quarterback preference. If the quarterback is more comfortable without motion because they can see what the defense is doing better, then go without motion. If they're fine with it, then use it. There's no 78 ways to skin a cat, like we said yesterday.
Look, I think some of the differences you're going to see. Dallas last year, and we're just resetting things from Cowboys minicamp yesterday. Their final practice is coming up later this afternoon. When you look at Dallas last year, they ran by far the widest formations in football for most of the season. Their offense was spread out more than anybody else. The top, trying to remember who all it was something like the top 7 offenses in football were also the top 7 in tightest formations in football. And so, that's kind of where the game has gotten a little bit. And that's definitely going to be a difference that you're going to see with Schottenheimer. Schottenheimer prefers tighter formations than the ones that Mike McCarthy operated under. So that's going to be a difference right there. You know what's also a difference, RJ Choppy?
What's that?
And this culture. This culture is something else. And look, I know you don't have to take my word for it. You can take the word of, as Peyton put on the cut sheet, Jason Tolbert. Jason Tolbert is a player for the Cowboys, I guess. But no, this is Jalen Tolbert. He went on
hosting a G-Bag remote.
He went on NFL Network yesterday, and he was asked, "Hey, what are some of the? You guys keep talking about how great things are over there right now. What are some of the differences that you guys are experiencing at practice compared to last year?"
Like I said, the guys love the energy, love the music that we're able to listen to at practice. It brings just a little extra touch to it. And, we're even all chasing after the ball, running full speed after, whoever catches the ball or running back busts through the hole. We're all chasing, finishing in the end zone with him. And, those are two things that just are completely different from practice before. And so, like I said, we're all having fun out there, and it's actually fun to, compete with who gets to the end zone first without the ball. We're racing each other to get in there and then have to run all the way back and, do another play. So, like I said, we're having fun with it. We're creating a different feel, different culture around here, and it's exciting.
Tell him why he's wrong, Chop. Tell Jalen Tolbert why he's wrong.
There was music in practice last year, and there was music with Jason. There's been music at practice every year for the last... We used to do this with Mickey. We would have Mickey read the playlists of what was going on at camp. Let's start with this revisionist history that the practices were slow and uncompetitive, and the offense was terrible, and they didn't have fun, and they didn't play music.
Let's put it in the context of, because you're right. Garrett definitely was a more competitive practice atmosphere, but Tolbert's been here for 3-4 years. It would have been...
Oh, the mojo moments.
It just...
All right, we had a mojo moment.
Oh, gosh.
I guarantee, though, if you take... Again, everyone says the same stuff. You take the first year McCarthy and you ask for the differences, it'd be just as glowing. Or glowing. It would be glowing compared to Jason. Everyone talks about the new glowing stuff with the new regime. I believe it's going to be better, but everyone says the same
They do talk about... Well, I guess this is the only way that I'll
guarantee you year one, McCarthy, first practices... They're talking about what's new and unique.
Right. But typically, and this is where I'll deviate a little, typically what they're talking about is still something that actually stands out to them. So yeah, if something's different and it's not necessarily great or whatever, they are talking about something that's particular about this is the way that we're doing things now that I like better. And so what you're finding, though, is that consistently everybody out here is talking about, I like the tempo better. I like the scheme better. I like the energy better. Everybody's getting along, but it's literally everything across the board. I talked to somebody earlier this week, and they had said it's just it's nobody's unhappy. There's nobody unhappy in the building right now. There's nobody surly. There's nobody sitting around complaining about anything. And again, Does that equal up to wins?
Complain about?
No, they could. You can have this fact. This can be the truth about the Detroit Lions that went 0-16 under Rod Marinelli. They could have felt this way too. I have no idea. But what it is it's clearly something. When Jalen Tolbert sits there and starts saying it's actually fun, it's brought a different energy. When you get Wanye Thomas tweeting, it's fun again. These sort of things do make differences in terms of margins when we're talking about everybody's talented and everybody's looking for an edge. There is an edge to you guys are all playing for each other.
Were you around the ping pong table?
No.
Patrick Walker apparently was, and he said it's getting heated, like the Olympics out there. Guys going at it.
Well, and that's like I was telling you guys yesterday about the high school thing. Like when you want to get it, like players will get more angry and worked up about talking, reminiscing about high school games they played and battles they had with somebody. Or if they encounter somebody in the locker room who, we played high school against each other, they get so worked up and competitive. And that is what Shotty's trying to tap into, is competitiveness without combativeness and trying to build a familial energy to it. That's what he wants.
Is it Jay Toya?
Yes.
All right. Micah versus Jay Toya. The entire locker room watching. Toya had a lead so large that Parsons called timeout to the chagrin of Dak and everyone else, but Parsons then walked the rookie down for the narrow win. And he and Diggs, they were celebrating, yelling 7-11 after the win. Overshone was the leader for Team Toya, so he said it was Olympic-level intensity as it was breaking out in the locker room.
And you're right. It's something where this time of year, everybody's going to talk glowingly about these sort of things. Miami was talking glowingly about taking the ping pong tables out of their room. They were like, business.
We did this with Rivera, right? We rolled our eyes about it with Ron Rivera. But it was like, they're changing the culture. The culture's the quarterback. And the Cowboys, if Dak stays healthy, they're going to be a good team because they have a good quarterback.
That doesn't. You've said that before. I don't know what that means. What do you mean the culture is the quarterback?
The culture is how good your quarterback is. If you have a great quarterback, your culture is he's great. You're going to be a good team.
I think
that's what I'm saying.
I think we've seen instances before of culture can be poor even if your quarterback's really good.
Yes. What I'm saying doesn't.
He's saying
doesn't matter.
And he would still say you would win.
Yeah, you would win
because the quarterback determines everything. If he's saying if Dan Snyder drafted Jaden Daniels, that Dan Snyder would not be getting murdered and killed, and Washington would have won basically the same last year.
Yeah, if Patrick Mahomes got drafted by Washington, just go pick your player, right? They would have been better under Dan Snyder, regardless of his toxicity.
There's a lot of people who think toxicity in Green Bay is why Aaron Rodgers won and why he didn't have more success in Green Bay during the time that he did, when it was a vulnerable NFC for a lot of those years.
Well,
they were the 1 seed a lot. Like that's so. I mean,
and when the margins got tight and you're going against other playoff teams, what happened?
Look, I get what you're saying, but the point still remains. Like,
and whose culture was that, by the way?
What?
And whose culture was that, by the way?
We already knew what you were alluding to.
I wasn't even alluding to that.
But
I wasn't even thinking about that.
The point is that they were still, that quarterback masks everything. And could I argue that it wasn't the culture, it was the fact that they were a passing team in Green Bay in January that got them beat?
Let's talk about Diggs dropping a little bombshell here. Shereen Williams keeps writing, ProFootballTalk.com, he's expected to miss all of or most of the 2025 season. And Diggs told Calvin Watkins, I'm aiming for week 1. The goal is to return in time to play week 1. Now, he didn't say he was going to do it. He said that is the goal. But, Bobby, we got two major extremes here. What did you think, or what did you do or say when you saw this headline, what Diggs said?
That's kind of what I thought the expectation was.
Week 1?
Yeah, because we had talked about that, the other day, that it was, when Shereen wrote that, and I don't know, that could have been a misstep or misspeak or whatever, but...
I mean, she wrote it again.
Well, then, yeah, I don't know what that is.
She's written it twice.
Because the expectation from everything that the Cowboys have said publicly and everything I've heard privately is we don't know how he's going to react. We won't really know till we get to training camp, we start looking at this. But yeah, we think there's a possibility he could be ready by week 1. He may not be ready till week 6. We just don't know, because he's been out of the building rehabbing a lot of his stuff. So it's like they got to get their hands on him and see exactly where he is. And they've had times before where guys have come back a couple weeks early, guys have come back a couple weeks later, but they think it's at least within the window of we can manage this potentially to where he's there week 1.
Inside the Star with Bobby Bell on the home of the Cowboys as Micah Parsons decided to grab a helmet and jump in a few drills yesterday, surprising many at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. One more day of practice. Bobby with the recap tomorrow. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
So I'm gonna sit right here.
All right, Tolos, right now, that's right. Call the number 10 at 877-881-1053. Wins a pair of tickets to the Luke Bryan on Friday, June 20th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's call the number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Luke Bryan is he's making me feel more dumb than the Pacers because I've always made fun of his voice in the past, and then every daggone song you're playing this week, I'm like, damn, that's a good song. Man, that's a really good song. So he's putting it in my face like Carlisle right now. Let's hook you up again in the 9 o'clock hour, and we'll have 2 more giveaways tomorrow for the Luke Bryan tickets. Thank you all for checking us out. You are appreciated.
You are appreciated.
Let's go local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Let's start off with the weather. Ugh. And how it affected everyone on the drive-in today.
It's pretty nasty out there. It was going slow, a little slow. The traffic was slowing it up. You had those big puddles, those giant puddles in the middle of the highway.
Those are the worst.
They are the absolute worst. And, you know, I was looking at the radar because we had baseball last night. We got baseball today, 11 o'clock game. And I was trying to see what we're getting in. If we're getting the game in or not because it's turf.
You played yesterday?
Yeah, they played at 6. Yeah.
Outside?
Uh-huh. Yeah, it wasn't raining.
Oh, I had nothing but rain.
Oh, yeah, we didn't. This was up in Salina. We had no rain.
Ugh.
I didn't have any rain by me at all during the day. And then in Salina, it was fine last night. It was chilly. A lot of wind. I mean,
chilly?
It felt like it was in the 60s. It felt like, I was not prepared for that. I was in shorts and a T-shirt, and I'm like, listen, it's June. I don't dress based on weather. I dress based on month. That's what I do. And I was like, this is too cold for me right now. So I hope we get it in today.
Low of 67 today in Salina.
We're in Melissa today.
No, the drive-in this morning was awful.
Awful.
And it's not even like, it's just everybody, I'll give everybody credit. I didn't see too many nut jobs today just trying to go, I'm going to cruise 90 and hit a puddle and everything else. Didn't see any accidents. I was expecting surely I'll see one. But when I was driving, it's just so frustrating because then everybody's like, all right, we're on the highway. Let's everybody go like 55. And like, we're all going to kind of coast. And then you get like the 2 lanes, 114 before it kind of expands out a little bit. In those 2 lanes, like clockwork when it's raining, 2 semis will park next to each other and you are just coasting behind. That can add like 5 to 10 minutes onto the drive if you get stuck behind them at the start of that 2 lane.
It's like Talladega out there. They're all just bottled up and they're like candy cane. Everybody keeps everybody inside.
It was brutal out there, and I mean we're looking at it right now. There's stop traffic out there on 75 right now, so keep it.
I mean, I think it's supposed to happen through Sunday, not like this, but 50% chance of it.
This is why I used to always, whenever my dad would give that old man phrase that everybody does when they get old, which is we needed this, talking about the rain.
I love it. I can't wait to go home and lay down. Hopefully my kids are out of the house.
A day. I can take a day of this. When it gets more than that, I start getting it's
sad seasonal affective disorder.
No, it's not sad. It's Jack Torrance in The Shining. Like I start wanting to like just hatchet doors and stuff because I get so frustrated about the rain. So hopefully it dries up sooner rather than later. Shout out to Carter High in Oak Cliff. So we've been highlighting different athletic programs and schools around the area during Neighborhood Watch. We had a couple listeners ask to give some love to Carter. That is, of course, the legendary program that produced players like Jesse Armstead, Michael Crabtree. That's also the high school for Sha'Carri Richardson. About a decade ago, Greg Ellis actually produced a really good drama about the Carter High scandal or the Carter High football program, everything that had happened there from the late 80s to the early 90s. That was really, really good. That's actually on Peacock right now if you want to stream it. But shout out to head coach Spencer Gilbert and the Carter High football team over there. All right, so
you mentioned last week. You mentioned Grapevine. They actually won.
Grapevine did.
Back to back. B to B. Jimmy Webster.
They're the back-to-back champs. Alito won as well. I think I saw some people sending me messages saying Alito won state as well.
They beat us. They beat Colleyville in the third round or fourth round, whatever.
Well, then don't you just root for the team that beat you?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Sometimes
you can't keep track of the sports rules.
Yeah.
All right, you are not from Dallas unless you've ... Get us your answers, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can answer on the Twitch and on the YouTube. This was a question that was being asked this week, and I thought some of the answers were good, so I put it on my social media. I was like, threw it up on Facebook, threw it up on Twitter, and I wanted to get some of the replies to this question that was being asked over on Reddit, which is just, hey, if you're not from Dallas unless you've blank. Here's some of the answers that we got. Some of these references I don't get, so I guess I'm not from Dallas. First one, this is what Kristen...
Is it Dallas or DFW?
We can do DFW.
Let's do DFW.
Dallas is the encompassing way it was being asked.
Yeah.
It's just like it meant the Metroplex. But Kristen had said this, and I'd never heard him to say this. This was an answer being thrown around a lot on Reddit, and I would doubt you guys have heard of it. Had your birthday at Penny Whistle Park, which I'm sure the fan text is going to blow up, because when I said I didn't know this, then Kristen freaked out, and then a couple other people freaked out. This is apparently like a creepy, like little clown carnival setup over on over near like Plano Road on Northwest Highway. And it's like where that indoor soccer facility thing is now. But that was one that they had. Almost died at the 183-35 suicide lane.
That's still to this day the dumbest city engineering decision I've ever seen in my life. I have no idea who came up with the bright idea to have two highways merge into one without having any kind of an entrance, ramp, lane, whatever. These two literally converged to one.
It was
dumbest
awful.
thing ever.
It was, and it was always at full speed. Nobody had anything. It's like, oh, here comes somebody, and it was every day I would be there. There was always an accident there. Some of the other answers are going to Fantex is lighting up with one. They say unless you've been to Rudy's Chicken, that's the one we're getting a lot. You've got been to Sandy Lake, taking a date to the top of Reunion Tower,
Carrollton, Sandy Lake,
Sandy Lake Park over there. This is one that I know that if you're not shopping with Rick Stacy, you're burning money. You remember that one?
I do.
Been in a wreck on 635.
635 used to be my worst highway, and now I'm looking forward to it for the new drive to work because being on 30 every day.
I never understood why people hated 635s. I mean, it's brutal, but I always thought 35 was when you merged onto 35 off of 635 was when I was like, this is where crazy takes over. This is where just rabid, aggressive drivers take over. Unless you know to avoid the Galleria in North Park during holidays. That's how you know?
It's more than that. We'll go on a random Tuesday, and I can't park anywhere in a garage. I have to go to the 4th level. It's insanity. I'm like, why aren't these people working? Like, where is everyone? How are all these people out here? Because it's slammed at North Park every single time I go with no parking availability.
If it's not ice skating, Kristen will not.
I thought people didn't go to malls anymore.
Kristen will not walk.
That's a good one.
Kristen will not walk into the Galleria if it's the last 2 months of the year. Like November on, unless she's taking the kids ice skating or something, that would be it. Got rear-ended by an Altima. These are, you're not from Dallas unless you've ...
Specifically an Altima?
Yeah, which I drive an Altima. I rear-ended somebody a couple months ago. Gotten
Looks
lost.
like you got rear-ended too.
Yeah, that also happened. By an Altima. Gotten lost coming out of DFW Airport. I'm not going to add gotten lost in DFW Airport. The way that exit setup is, it is its own little city.
Yeah, I almost got in a bad accident one time going out of the toll booth, and then you got to get to the right.
87 lanes go down to 4.
Yes. So that was scary.
This is wild. 817. I used to work at Stacy's. That was real money he was burning. So he would really, for those commercials, which Sean, I think those ended before you got here, but it was he would do this. He'd say, if you're not shopping with Rick Stacy, you're burning money. And he would have $100 bills on fire.
Who's that, our Mattress Mac?
Yeah, sort of. Basically, yeah. He was also, it used to be the mayor of South Lake, I think. But I think so. Apparently he was burning real money there. This is the popular answer we're getting right now. Defended Whataburger like it's family. That's the one that people jump all over.
Bluebell.
Bluebell and Whataburger, yeah, it does feel like
Dr.
you're coming.
Pepper.
Yeah.
Bluebell never had listeria, as far as I'm concerned.
Dr. Pepper, Bluebell, Whataburger, that feels like you're coming for my family. One more here. You're not from Dallas unless you've realized that Deep Ellum just ain't for you after dark. All right, RJ Choppy, you want the 4-day work week.
Yeah, I do.
And if you can't get the 4-day work week, I know one of the other things you do want is, you know what, quit bugging these people about their remote work. If they can do their work from home, let them do it. Over 1/3 of workers now in Frisco, Texas are remote workers, and that is by far the highest rate in the entire nation.
Whoa.
According to a new study.
In Frisco?
They have over 40,000 people who work remotely. Now, I would assume this is this a lot of different California companies that have moved out here? And so they're just people who are working remotely now. They've transitioned out here, but they've still got stuff back in California. I can't figure that out. But they say that Frisco has just become a hotbed for it. Isn't Frisco really big on tech jobs too? In general,
I assume all tech jobs you could probably like. I mean, if you like my neighbor, none of my neighbors go to work anymore. They all work from home, but except for one. But they all have jobs like let's say you work at you're a call center or whatever. You don't actually have to go to the call center. It just gets piped into your phone. Like you're a lender, you could just work from home. So there's a lot of jobs now because of technology you can just do at the house.
And that's the thought process, kind of tying this in, the Dropbox CEO. So Dropbox.com, and then the cloud upload site that is Dropbox. The CEO recently gave an interview this week where, again, I would think this would be music to Choppy's ears. He thinks that if you just give your workers the freedom to responsibly manage their workday at home, they're going to reward you with more productivity. So his thought process, he said, I think it's ridiculous that you're making people go back to work if they've been working remotely since COVID. You've shown you can operate with it. Productivity is not a problem. The problem is rigidity and saying, you guys got to be here and we're going to beat you down with this. That if you just treat people like adults, they're going to reward you with, thank you for respecting me, and I'm going to give you the work output. So he's not a big believer in the idea of slacking off at home. He said specifically trust over surveillance as a CEO, which I don't know. I still feel like it'd be, most people I know who work from home are oftentimes going like, yeah, I'm supposed to be working, but I'm not really doing that right now. So
yeah, like your hours might change. Like you may not be.
I think it shows how much waste time there could be in the office, where at home, like they're judging you off of production. I would think. Are your numbers the same? And then you could be at home saying, I should be working. Well, how much BS time do you have in the office? Now you're probably gonna have less BS time because you're being watched and monitored. But to me, this goes back to my seatbelt theory. You would appreciate it for a little bit, and then we'd be crying about working 3 days a week. We're spoiled. We're bratty, and it wouldn't be good enough. We'd want the next thing.
We're eventually gonna want more. Absolutely.
All right, Sean. As we do the neighborhood watch here, the Storm Surveying Group for the United States is giving you the opportunity to apologize to Pete Delkus if you'd like to right now for. You said he gave us a big nothing burger over the weekend.
And he was his energy, his tone, that's when Amanda said go to sleep. She's like, it's left Pete's body. Yeah. His excitement level, his hype.
He died inside.
He's running out of things to say. He was dying inside because of that overhyped storm.
Well, here's what you need to know. On Sunday night, according to the National Weather Service, they've come out with their data. 8 tornadoes, they say, touched down in North Texas on Sunday night. Now, there's a lot of it was in like Grayson and Fanning County, which was like up further to the northeast, and a lot of F1 tornadoes. But they said that it was actually a pretty violent day for tornadoes.
Well,
that
guess what? That doesn't absolve any of the meteorologists, because I didn't hear about a ton of tornado warnings. I heard about grapefruit-size hail and 70 to 80 mile. Now, they did mention 70 mile per hour winds, but not tornadoes. They were just saying it could be 70 to 80.
It's straight line.
Straight line. So they weren't calling for tornadoes, so they don't get the credit for it.
So you're actually saying they were underprepared. They actually.
I don't know if they're underprepared. They were just off. They're wrong.
By the way, I saw a graph that Tornado Alley might be shifting east. Like we used to be right in the middle of it. And if you look this year and like last year, it's more like over Arkansas and Missouri and West Tennessee as opposed to Texas and Oklahoma. Maybe it's shifting. Maybe the poles have shifted. 2012 it happened. In the movie, the poles shifted.
Ice caps.
It has shifted a little bit. Okay, have you guys ever heard of hammerhead worms?
No.
Hammerhead sharks?
No, these are hammerhead worms. This is a new thing for you to be freaked out about, I guess, Chop. So this is an invasive species, the hammerhead worm that NBC DFW was talking about this week. It says after weeks of heavy rain across North Texas, sightings of toxic invasive worms are on the rise. The hammerhead worm is popping up in counties throughout the Metroplex, and experts say it's a real threat to plants, animals, and even people. One Keller resident said that they saw more than a foot-long worm on their porch, and it is this toxic worm that apparently can, in rare cases, cause enough toxicity to humans that it can kill. But it will kill your vegetation, your plants, everything else, and then it'll also take out some animals from time to time. This thing is creepy looking. I'm going to pull up a picture.
I don't want to look at it. Yeah, keep it off the fan cam.
You got to look. You got to know what it looks like. Don't you want to know what you're going to have Joseph Hicks go after?
If I see a foot-long slimy thing crawling, I'm going to know to stay away from it. I don't need to look at it.
But look at it. Sean, look, it has a hammerhead like a shark.
Dude, that's a snake.
It looks like one, right?
That's a snake.
No, it's a worm.
That is a hammerhead.
It is a worm that is absolutely destroying it. And then last note here in Neighborhood Watch, with all the weather issues that we're having, on average this morning, WFA says DFW Airport, if you're flying out this morning, DFW Airport flights right now are on average 30 minutes delayed right now, and that it's even more than that in a lot of instances.
They're saying it could be 5 inches of water in some areas. I love it, man. My new trees, they're getting grip. You know, they're getting leverage.
They're getting grip.
Yeah, they're bonding to the ground. I'm not having to pay for a pool this week. No grass this week. No sprinklers going.
Yes.
Fantastic. Perfect nap weather.
Your area, like where you live, your subdivision or whatever, it's always looked to me as if it started pouring, there might be like some flood issues. Do you guys get a lot
I get screwed.
You get a lot
I'm the lowest house in the corner.
You're the bottom of the hill.
Yeah.
Kristen had a friend who lived backed up to Duck Creek years ago, and that thing, dude, when it rained heavy, their house, I think, flooded like 4 times over the course of 15 years.
Neighborhood Watch with the Luke Bryan giveaway. The HOV portion of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano on your home of the Texas Rangers. How many All-Stars does this team have? The answer may surprise you. We'll recap what happened yesterday in Minnesota as well with some Diamond Cavs next on
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Latz comes home. There's a line shot to left center field. On the run is Carter. He can't get it. It's beyond his reach. All the way to the wall. Wallner is home. Krantz around third. He will score. Rounding third base and holding up now is Willie Castro with a 2-run triple as the Twins lead it 5-2.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Rangers lose 6-2 in Minnesota on this radio station. 11:30 pregame this morning for Game 3. The KNC Masterpiece will burp and then get you there to be that fast with their program today. But the good news is Evan Carter. He is catching fire, and this is great to see. 2 more hits yesterday. Guess his average, unless you're looking at it right now, Bobby.
I'm not looking at it yet. I know I saw it yesterday. It said 255 at the start of the game. So I don't know. He's 270.
That's a big jump in one game. 15 points.
Because he's only played like 7 games this year or whatever.
That's fair.
18 games.
18 games. I'll say it's 261.
Two what?
261.
278.
Damn. Okay. See?
So you ended up.
Wow.
I was gonna say
I'm gonna
that,
screw with you tomorrow now.
But
just for that.
Bobby's actually right. It went from 255 to 278.
In one game.
In one game.
Remarkable.
Yeah. But he now has 8 hits in his last 3, but the Rangers lose. We know that Evan Carter is not making the All-Star team. How many All-Stars do they have, Gene? As they are right now 5.5 back in the American League West in 4th place.
So David Schoenfield, friend of the show, put out his All-Star predictions for both leagues. And, he's looking at the debates even within the position group. So, with shortstop, it's Bobby Jr. and Jeremy Pena and Jacob Wilson. And you get to, starting pitchers. Is it going to be Skubal or Bubik who's going to start? Be the, game one, the opening, the starter for the All-Star game. First base. Then you go to the regular starters. He lists all the starters. So there's no position players on this Ranger team that are listed as starters. And to be fair, there shouldn't be. Nobody on this team has offensively earned the right to be an All-Star game starter.
No,
not at all.
There are also no reserves from position players. And to be fair, I don't think anybody has deserved a spot on the reserve from a position player standpoint. One other thing to remember is that every team has to be represented. So all 15 American League teams, all 15 National League teams, you have to have at least one player on each.
Week.
So if there's 30 guys on the roster, which I think the All-Star game now is 30, 15 are already taken. They're already taken. 15 spots are already taken. So let's go to the pitchers. All right, there's Bubik, Royals having a good year, and Garrett Crochet, the Red Sox.
By the way, what offensive player do you think is leading this team in WAR? And what do you think the number is?
I think it's still Wyatt.
Yeah. I'll say Josh Smith.
Wyatt 2.0.
Wyatt 2.0?
Wyatt and 2.0 is his WAR.
Wyatt 1.9.
1.9.
So you both are saying Wyatt 1.9. Oh, there's one from Peyton Russell.
So
that's the leader.
That's the leader. So Bubik, Crochet, Max Fried, Hunter Brown, Houston, Rodon, Framber Valdez. Jake DeGrom is on here. So he is on here as one of the pitchers. But that's it. And he even writes, Evaldi's left off only because he's on the injured list, but he's not expected to be out long, and he was as good as anyone. Well, if he's not expected to be out long, that means he's going to be back and healthy for this. It's great to see DeGrom back, and even though he's not as dominant as in his past Met days, he's still got a 2.12. And then Valdez says he gets the nod over Tyler Mahle, Joe Ryan, and Shane Smith obviously is the White Sox rep. But hang on a second. Framber? His ERA is a full run worse than Mahle's.
Look,
Framber?
This is...
And by the way, Houston already has Hunter Brown on here. They've got other players on the All-Star team already. Pena is already going to make it. So it's not like they needed a rep.
There's a little bit of a, I don't want to call anybody out, KNC masterpiece. There's a little bit of an anti-Malley sentiment kind of starting to build a little bit.
I thought there's been like an anti-Evaldi from the national people over the last month.
Right, remember Evaldi was left off the Cy Young contender list. It's like, bro, lead the league in ERA.
So KNC was talking yesterday, and they were discussing Malley, and this is actually fair. I'm joking when I say they're being haters.
It's going to be an ugly crosstalk after the Pacers and now Malley.
Yeah. Man, I'm gonna be in Hagelin's face because he doesn't give me enough opportunities to get in his face. This is one of them where I'm gonna be all over it. But the Hagee was talking about that. Yeah, if you look at it, some of the peripherals don't look great on Malley at times. And if you look at his last 4 games now that he's pitched, especially after the Minnesota game the other day, which they won, great, 16-4. But his last 4 starts, 5 runs, 3 earned runs allowed, 6 innings, no earned runs, but he did walk 3. Then 5 innings, 4 runs allowed, 5 innings, 4 runs allowed. So over his last 4 starts, his ERA is 4.5. He's got basically a 1.5 to 1 strikeout to walk ratio right now. So, I mean, some of that's going to start. Okay. It's going to start balancing a little bit. He's given up
trade.
He had given up 2 home runs heading into his last 2 starts, and he's given up 2 home runs in his last 2 starts now. So people are starting to hit him harder. He's starting to have more control issues. It does feel like maybe Malley's just kind of settling back down to where he's supposed to be.
Regression to the mean is totally normal. That's that happens when you're playing, kind of above your skis or over your skis, whatever the hell the saying is. But okay, it's fine. You want to take. That still doesn't mean that Evaldi should not be on it when he's only missed 2 turns of the rotation.
Yeah,
that doesn't seem enough to me. So 1 Ranger right now, Jacob deGrom, as an all-star.
So the American League leader in ERA, because I still think Evaldi qualifies for it. He's not on there. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. It is Diamond Cavs here on 105.3 The Fan. I got this little note for you. Roman Anthony.
Oh, Peyton. Happy birthday, my friend. Today, this is for you.
Which part of this?
What do you think? It's your story and topic.
I know, but I have 2 Roman Anthony ones, so I was wondering which one it is.
I think it'll be. Go ahead and go through it. I think it's going to become obvious.
All right, I may have 3. So the first one here with Roman Anthony is he's turning heads. His sister is turning heads.
There you go.
Okay. All right.
What? Wait, give me the other 2 topics.
What
could have been in contention in your mind.
Well, it's the audio I was going to play that connects Roman Anthony to the Florida Marlins or former Marlins GM who was killing the move.
Okay,
that was the other one.
All right.
So
and then the next one that Peyton would love.
Well, it was a spittle email, so maybe that's what it was. He was trying to butter up.
Okay.
All right. So I wasn't sure. But
get your Google fingers ready.
Yes, Roman Anthony is turning heads, baby, and so is his sister. That's part of the story here.
This was a mob scene photo taken at Fenway.
They say he has the most Italian family ever. His name is Roman Anthony. You know what his father's name is?
Roman Anthony.
Tony Anthony, as in Anthony. His brother's name is Anthony. His grandfather's name is, you guessed it.
No.
Anthony. Tony Anthony. I had a cousin, Uncle Francis. I was never understood like how your parents would do that to you. But there you go. His sister was the.
I'll take a little sip.
She was the.
What's her name?
Leah. Leah Anthony.
I mean, is she in college? Hopefully. Do we have an age on this?
It looks like.
Hopefully.
Yeah, she just
should have probably prefaced it.
It looks like she posted, "Thank you, Florida State, for the best 4 years of my life."
Okay.
So she's out of college.
We're in the clear. Belichick range.
Leah Anthony. Leah Anthony with 2 Y's on Instagram.
No.
And yeah, she is.
She's really attractive.
She's very attractive. But the whole family was there. The gold chains. Gold chain on top of gold chain. One of the guys I think was wearing a turtleneck, which is very gweed. But you gotta have that.
Well, it's a good day for athlete sister discovery because I think TJ McConnell's sister, who you were referencing earlier, she's attractive.
Yep.
Yes. In fact, I might take TJ McConnell's sister.
Nope.
No,
over Leah Anthony?
No, I'm just saying like that's more like my that's kind of it's kind of I like the darker hair. That's going to be the bigger thing for me. I like the darker hair.
All right.
Honey.
I mean, this is not She's not a blonde.
No, Kristen's hair. Yeah,
this girl's not a blonde here.
Let's see her hair.
All these pictures I'm seeing, she's got these like blonde highlights in it.
No, at the game. This is some blonde highlights.
There's some highlights.
Kristen's hair looks more like the Red Sox.
No, she doesn't have any highlights. She's firm brunette.
Okay.
So this brings us to
I've seen.
Really firm.
This brings us to this brings us to our second Roman Anthony story of the day, and this is also tied in with the Royals' top prospect, Jack Caglianone, who was another.
What's his ethnicity?
Another Paisan.
Just say that last name again.
Caglianone.
Caglianone.
He played at the University of Florida. And he was like the third or fourth overall pick of the draft. I mean, he's a lefty version of Wyatt Langford.
He played at Florida too, yeah.
Just a horse of a human. Just tree trunk legs, big butt. I mean, everything you look for. And David Sampson, who was the president of the Marlins, I thought had one of the more disgusting comments that you will ever. And maybe this is just maybe I'm making way too much. I think this is a disgraceful thing for somebody who was in Major League Baseball to say.
What Kansas City has done is the single most irresponsible move I've seen in quite a long time. If he's going to be that good, how do you call him up now where he will hit arbitration a full year earlier than if they had waited till after around June 17th? We waited to call up Miguel Cabrera until after June 17th, and therefore we got an extra year at the minimum. I have no idea how a team that's not in the top 10 of payroll is not paying attention to dates. And the Royals forcing the issue, that's a bunch of horse hockey. You take the extra 2 weeks because it gives you an extra year, and it compounds itself in arbitration. This is a $10 million decision they made. He better be Vladimir Guerrero Sr., and he better start now. But to me, the GM said, we're not going to make a move, until the team is hot. Whatever. I don't know what they were doing here, Matt. I would not have done that. Now, of course, he could get a full year of service time if he finishes top 2 Rookie of the Year, in which case it wouldn't matter. But he's got to finish top 2 in Rookie of the Year. But I guess as Vladimir Sr., he may. But for me, this is irresponsible.
That guy sounds like he's allergic to water. Just like, I break out in a rash.
That's the South Park character.
Yes, it is. What the hell's his name? Oh, yeah.
Is it Kyle? Not Kyle.
No, I know here.
Yeah.
The what? Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a disgraceful thing to say. You're purposely saying that we want to keep this guy in the minor leagues for an extra couple of weeks just so we can get cheap labor out of him for an extra year.
Yeah.
I want to purposely keep his costs down and his salary down. That's just a loser comment.
I totally agree with him and disagree with you. This is stupid business by Kansas City. Everything he said, I 1,000% agree with.
You can't. I mean, like that's
everything.
That's just terrible.
You shouldn't run a business. The whole point of running you can't operate a business based upon the way you're thinking right now.
Production over everything. If you don't put product first, your business will fail.
The Kansas City Royals can't afford. His point is the Kansas City Royals can't afford to make this move.
I mean, they just gave Bobby Jr. $300 million,
and no one else will sniff anything close to it because they're Kansas City. They'll pay out. Like this is done all the time,
and that's a problem.
Do you hate pre-post June 1 blah 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 all that stuff?
Well, that's not.
But that costs a player a timeline, and where they can go to their next squad because the team wants to hang on to you to benefit their cap. Do you view that as like different?
Why
is it different?
Because if you're going to get rid of somebody, get rid of them. Get rid of them.
You hate the pre-post June 1
I don't like that because I think if you're hurting that person's ability to earn, just so you can get some accounting, it's a two-way street here. I mean, you can't hurt my ability to earn.
Okay, well,
you know what I mean. Like this
is sports business. That's happened since a long time.
Production needs to be over,
and they may say, "Well, this will cost us someone down the road because we gave $10 million, we burned $10 million, when we could have just waited for 2 weeks on a 500 team." I see where he's coming from.
Look, I get financially.
These guys, you're operating without a budget. These guys, especially in Kansas City, I was there for a year. They have a budget.
I understand.
Tight budget.
But they did the right thing for their team. They did the right thing for their team. They're saying, look,
and we'll see
we
what
don't care
happens
about
when
that.
they need to spend again.
It might be a problem. But I don't know. What?
Let's back to your corners.
We weren't fighting.
Yeah, that was good sparring. I
That's
liked
not
it.
fighting. You want to see fighting? Go watch High Low yesterday. That was funny.
You two have been.
That wasn't fight. That was abuse. That was straight abuse. Screaming at an innocent person.
You two have been bickering much worse than that this entire week. All right, Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers. Game 3 today in Minnesota. 11:30 pregame. First pitch at 12:10 here on DFW Sports Station. Let's unite. Actually, you guys were really united after the passing of a music legend. Plus, Choppy gets you ready for the U.S. Open, a golf tournament I'm actually really looking forward to for a change. Next.
In the locker room, there's Snap and Tower. Hang on.
Uber Eats has low fee products. I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
FirstForKids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Below the belt, coming up at 8:40 this morning on your home of the Cowboys. Fresh off the practice fields yesterday. They will be there one more time today. Roberto will be at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Then we're going to have another Luke Bryan ticket giveaway for you to win part of the 8 o'clock hour. We want you to win it coming up at 9 on Sean and RJ. But we have a golf tournament that I'm actually really looking forward to, as round one of the U.S. Open is live.
Yeah, it is live. JJ Spawn is your leader. Rory is 2 back. Wyndham Clark, Gary Woodland, my guy, also 2 back.
Rory hit a 392-foot drive.
You swing. I know you swing.
I'm sorry. 392-yard drive because of some incredible kick, apparently.
It had a wicked kick off the right side of the bunker, the hill there. Just, it rolled for days. I am surprised that we see somebody 4 under through 8 holes. This is the tournament, the golf course, I should say. The last 2 times that the U.S. Open has been played at Oakmont, there were 4 guys total that were under par for the tournament.
Yeah, this is the sadistic tournament.
This is it.
They're sadistic.
This is the sadistic course.
Yeah.
Oakmont 06 or 07, whatever it is. Angel Cabrera won at 5 over par.
Wow.
That was the winner. And then when Dustin won it in 2016, he was 4 under, but there were only 4 players under par for the entire tournament. And the fact that we already have this many people under par, I think is a little bit surprising, but it is a very, very difficult course. When this course opened, it was a par 80 when it first opened. It had like 6 par 5s. It was insane. It had a par 6. But here we are at the U.S. Open with Rory, 2 back with a few other people.
And Bobby, I know that you and Kevin Hagelin, you're not going to ever watch golf, but this is worth it to watch the disaster. Does this tick off the purists like you? For someone like me, I love how disastrous this could be.
It hacks off some. I don't get that upset about it. Like, I think it needs to be tough, but I also think it needs to. I don't want it to be a joke. Like if they lose the greens, it becomes kind of a joke. I like that they're. It's hard to get out of the rough. I find it weird when it's like when their shoes are covered, when you can't even see their shoes. I'm like, all right, is that really golf or is that not golf? I have a love-hate with it.
Tiger gave the scouting report real quick. He says it favors long hitters and short iron play. So that is LT Gray.
I've always said that about the course. I will be keeping tabs because if Rory McIlroy is leading or if he's in the hunt on Sunday, I will want to tune in to watch him melt down. That will be fun for me because I don't like him.
He's going back to unlikable.
Rory?
Incredibly unlikable. And pomp, like the whole pompous, arrogant thing that has been he was looked at as like, oh, you're the loyal guy fighting for purity and everything else, and now he's just gone back to like, gosh, you're kind of a pain.
Yep. And get this, I mean, he's 2 under, and let's just say he finishes with a decent round. I bet you he talks. But he couldn't be bothered. Couldn't be bothered after the PGA when everybody wanted to talk to him. 4 straight days of thanks but no thanks.
And this is Rory talking about his rough practice round that is a minute 30 seconds. All right, I hope this is good.
I'm glad we have spotters up there because I played last Monday, just in Druck's outing, and You hit the ball off the fairway and you were looking for a good couple of minutes just to find it. So it's very penal if you miss. Sometimes it's penal if you don't miss. But that's the person with the most patience and the best attitude this week is the one that's going to win.
Rory, besides the lost ball element, what did you learn about the course on your scouting trip, and what have you seen in how it's changed in the week since that?
Yeah, there's definitely been a little bit of rain since that Monday. Last Monday felt impossible. I birdied the last 2 holes for 81.
Did you send this?
No.
What are we doing here? We're doing a whole segment of the weather report day by day?
You sent me an ESPN article that had 2 audio clips in it, so I just grabbed both audio clips. I didn't know which one it was. So there was a Tiger and then a Rory, and so I kind of just did both.
Well, you can ask me. We were texting last night. I was giving you a compliment for once this week.
You weren't getting our texts.
I was texting with Peyton. I wasn't getting the group text, so I turned off the phone and turned it back on. I was getting a random DM from Bobby or an email.
Yeah, I got to start reaching out on email or Instagram now to tell him. I don't think you're getting my text. I'm not ignoring you.
Yeah, but Rory had a rough practice round. What did he shoot?
81. I mean, it's a tough course, man. It is brutal, and it get away from you quick.
More money has been bet on Scottie Scheffler to win the U.S. Open than on every other golfer combined as of yesterday morning on ESPN Bet.
Yeah, over 50% of the money is on Scotty. 23 or 24% of the tickets are on Scotty. Like they really want anybody else to win. They really do. It's just the way it is. This is the shortest odds any golfer's had since Tiger in 2009 to win the U.S. Open. He is less than a 3-1 favorite, so he's like 2.5-1. That's Tiger level. And Tiger was plus 225-ish for all 4 majors that year in 2009. He didn't win any of them, but that's the kind of odds we're talking about. And this course, you'll see on one of the holes, I can't remember if it's on the first hole or not, they are putting from 150 yards out. It's a downhill. You can't stop it. These guys are out there in the practice rounds literally putting from the fairway 150 yards out.
What's the hole?
I think it's the first hole. I think it's right off the bat.
How are we getting live coverage of this right now? Those freaking snobs in Georgia aren't running things?
Yeah. So I guess USA Network has started at 6:30 in the morning. They're starting with the live coverage, so we get the whole thing.
And this had some fun qualifiers, right?
Yeah, so the qualifying for this, it's called the longest day in golf, the qualifying. But you had a dentist. That's why I love the US Open. Anybody could qualify. If your handicap, I think it has to be less than a 2. You could sign up to qualify. So Romo's done it a bunch of times. He's tried. And you got to go through various sectionals and qualifiers, and it takes quite a bit. But we had a dentist qualify for this. We had a 17-year-old qualify for this. We had a UPS driver qualify for this.
Why is it so wide open for, like, the toughest golf course? Why do they just let anyone in?
Because it's the U.S.
Well, be careful what you're about to say here. We don't just let anyone in anymore.
We don't let anyone in. Yeah. It's an open tournament. You can qualify for the British Open. I don't think we can qualify here for the British Open, but like anybody in the U.S., if you have a handicap that's low enough, you can go to these qualifiers and you can qualify to get in. But the UPS driver that I mentioned, he qualified, but in a twist of irony, he goes in to get something to eat after the round and doesn't turn his scorecard in fast enough, so the UPS driver fails to deliver his scorecard, and he got disqualified.
And his day is getting signatures.
The
whole day.
His whole day is delivering packages on time and getting signatures, but the package that he needed to deliver to the scorer's tent, he didn't. You have to turn it in before.
What is it, a turn-in barbecue competition?
It's so bad. You got to turn it in before the group behind you finishes the hole. So you have to go right there and turn it in. He didn't turn it in on time.
And he would have qualified.
He got disqualified.
He collects signatures. He doesn't give them. I can't blame the guy. He's not used to actually having to sign things.
It's like, they got, Ricky Fowler and Max Homa didn't qualify for this. These are professional golfers. You have a lot of golfers that don't qualify. And then you have career, amateurs that qualify. That's why they love the tournament. It's 156 golfers that qualify or from various means during the longest day in golf.
All right, so round 1 is taking place. We'll have the entire update for you tomorrow morning as well. The topic that unified the morning show yesterday.
round, round, get around, I get around, yeah, get around, round, round, I get around.
Oh, Brian Wilson passed away yesterday at the age of 82. That is, of course, the core of the Beach Boys for years. He was kind of like the main member. He definitely was the engine of their sound, which was a very unique and creative and innovative sound. But Brian Wilson, who had been dealing with some neurological stuff, I think over the last year, his publicists had talked about, he passed away yesterday. And it's a bummer because this is one of the most creative, complex, innovative minds music has ever seen. Bob Dylan had once said, so Brian Wilson had one good ear. That was it, his left ear. His right ear, he was deaf in it. And it's because his dad, who used to be like Joe Jackson and was super abusive about their music and stuff like that, used to hit him in the ear with a 2x4 when he'd mess something up.
What?
Yeah. And so Brian Wilson became deaf that year. He had to produce everything in mono. He couldn't mix anything in stereo because of that. And so they say if you want to listen to Beach Boys records, you have to listen to the mono feed because that's how Brian intended it to sound. And Bob Dylan had said he's got that one good ear. He's like, he needs to donate that ear to the Smithsonian. He's like, it's incredible. Paul McCartney had said that he had never... He said he didn't consider someone musically educated until they had listened to Pet Sounds. And he had also told a story once before where he said when they first listened to it, him and Lennon in a hotel in London, he said Lennon started crying. And he was talking to him and he said, we're never going to create anything this good. We're never going to be able to create anything as complex and as sound as this. I've never heard anything like it.
McCartney said that song God Only Knows.
God only knows. Yeah.
Said it still makes him cry all the time.
It's the music.
It's a great song. All their songs, their stuff is. You go down their catalog, it's just banger after banger.
Yeah, and it's a thing where when you listen to it today, stuff from the late 50s, early 60s, it sounds like it holds up. Like it sounds kind of like the old style, but when you listen to like the production work that went into it, he did some ridiculous stuff with. He took Phil Spector's Wall of Sound, which was a very famous production technique, which was just all about layering vocals and instruments and things like that, putting reverb on it. And he just took it to another level. And he started using, in Pet Sounds, he literally used dog whistles on that for instruments. He used bicycle bells, jugs of like water and stuff. Really, really creative. Kind of a tortured mind. He had a lot of mental health stuff throughout his life, but I mean, absolutely up there as one of the most innovative music minds we've seen.
Without question. In college, I took an intro or history of rock course. One of the first real deep dives we did was on the Beach Boys and Brian Wilson. And, you know, there's those stories that they had some link to Charles Manson, that Dennis, his brother, befriended Manson, and Brian helped out with some of his music. This is before all the, 1010 Cielo Drive, whatever.
Yeah.
All before that, but it's he was tremendous. The whole band really was.
The famous quote with Brian Wilson was, and it wasn't from Brian Wilson, it was from Mike Love, who's also in the Beach Boys, was they would make these, let's go surfing, let's go down to the beach with the girls and stuff like that. And they started shifting, and Brian started making much more complex music. And so the famous quote this side of the Beach Boys is when Mike Love told him, don't F with the formula. And Brian Wilson was like, I got to just do it. But that became like the lasting quote for the Beach Boys was like, man, they almost stifled genius in the name of prepackaged. This is what it should be like. This is what it should sound like.
Today marks the last time we'll see the Cowboys before training camp in Oxnard. All of the positives, negatives, and everything in between is next in Below the Belt from our Cowboys insider, Roberto, after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Maybe the best player the Cowboys acquired this offseason wasn't George Pickens. At least if Brian Broaddus is to be believed about yesterday's practice. We'll talk about that here in a sec in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. It was an offensive day for the most part out at practice yesterday. Cowboys with their second minicamp practice. They are going to practice again today, which is a little unusual for them. In past years, Mike McCarthy had always given the third day off of minicamp.
I think Vrabel just gave them off in New England.
It's a common thing coaches will do. Like a lot of coaches will say, we need to maximize our time. Let's do that. Other coaches will say, let's do it as a morale boost. Give the guys a day early. A lot of times when it's a first-year system, though, or a first-year head coach, they're definitely going to take the third day because it's like we need as much time as we can with what we're doing. So they are going to practice today. And one guy who is looking to build on a really strong practice and a guy who's gotten a lot of praise, and Broaddus was talking about this yesterday. I heard him. I knew. I texted Zach and Eric a couple things, like a couple notes. Like, I bet you these are going to be a couple of things you're going to hear from Broaddus in there. Because I know when Brian watches a game.
Was he giddy being out there and being late to G-Bag?
He looked like, I should have taken a picture of it. When I walked into the lobby and he had his backpack on, he looked like first day of school kid, just like giddy. And he was just like, so do they
all about the tuna?
Are we in the right place? Do they come get us here? Because nobody's around here yet. Like, it's like, no, not everybody was going to get here 15 minutes early like you, Brian. Like we're all here. But it was Brian was super excited to be there, and he was super excited about what he saw from Kaiir Elam, who Kaiir Elam has had some strong practices out here. Not every day. There have been a couple times where he's been worked over in a practice, or you had the practice last week that we had talked about where George Pickens had beat him deep, but a little bit of air under the ball. So Kaiir Elam was able to catch up, knock the pass away. It's good. There was another play where I think Tuesday where people were talking about, he had an interception or he knocked one down. It's like, well, it was also a free play. So like, it was just that kind of throwing the ball up because there was a penalty on it. So some of it, when you start tracking the training camp stats, which we'll get into here in just a second from Kyle Shanahan and why he hates that. When you're tracking the training camp or the OTA or the minicamp stats, it's looked good. But the reality is it's actually looked good. This isn't like empty stuff. He's looked better than I was anticipating. And it does give you a little bit of hope for, all right, this was a guy with first-round pedigree from a couple of years ago. This was a guy who everybody in Buffalo was like, we wanted it to work, and he worked so damn hard. It just wasn't clicking here. And so it does give you a little bit of a feel of like, could it be just a reset for your background or your scenery? Or the other question, is this just kind of what Kaiir Elam does? Does he flash in practices like these?
Yeah.
And then when you put the pads on or you're in game time, is it not the same level?
Schottenheimer was talking about him last week, like leading kind of the GPS stats.
Dude, he is intense at practice. He runs all over the field. He's been tasked a lot with covering CD. Just because a lot of times it's where CD's lining up, he's lining up. It's not like, hey, go take CD, show us what you got, kid. It's not like that. But he's had some really good reps against CD. CD's gotten his, no doubt about it, but he's been really good. He battles, he's tough, he fights. It's all this positive stuff that you've heard about Kaiir Elam. If you can just kind of center it all together, put it all together, you might have a decent starting cornerback on your hands.
I bet you a lot of guys have that one player they just can't, that they just match up well with.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly guys who stylistically match up well, or
size,
or
whatever.
Yeah, where it could just be like that may be a really good press man corner who doesn't have a lot of great long speed, but this one receiver who's really good against everybody else, he doesn't like physicality. That causes a problem for him. Like Josh Norman was getting torched by everybody in the league there for a while, except Odell Beckham. Odell Beckham was the one guy who was like couldn't do anything against Josh Norman. He'd get in his head and he'd frustrate him. But this is at least positive development there in the secondary with Kaiir Elam. Another positive development in the secondary, we saw Donovan Wilson out at practice for the first time yesterday. So this entire offseason, Donovan Wilson, Sam Williams, they've both been rehabbing with Britt Brown and getting themselves right. They haven't participated at all, never put a helmet on. Yesterday, we got a surprise from 3 guys putting helmets on, and 2 of them were injured players. So Donovan Wilson got in line with the safeties, went through some of the drills. Same thing with Sam Williams going down with the defensive line. They just went through the position drills. As soon as team stuff started, they went back inside for treatment, did their thing. But the other surprising aspect that we got was none other than Micah Parsons. Micah, who had observed practice on Tuesday, was watching the drills on Wednesday, and at least looked, it could have been theater. It could have been theater. And Aiden's got some of the photos up on the fan cam where you can see him. He's staring down at the drill, and then you see him just kind of putting the helmet on, pulling it down, and then all of a sudden he's down there and he's in line. It looked like Micah Parsons' competitiveness just got the best of him.
And I wanted to know earlier today whether Micah's agent knew this was going to happen. What was the text message or phone call that he got from David Mulugeta? Or did he know that this was planned?
I think
I'd be texting Micah, stay the hell off the field.
I assume he has to know. That's my assumption.
It looks like and sounds like it was
spur of the moment.
Although Schottenheimer did say before this week he expected Micah to do some things on the field.
Yeah, and then Micah had, I think Mike had said if his back had loosened up, that's what he was dealing. He's like, my back's kind of tight.
Yeah.
But he said if it loosened up, he was going to get in there. It did not look like he was going in there, though. It looked like, all right, this is the standard thing he's doing. He's got his beanie on. He's not got a helmet. He's standing there just watching, and then he put it on. Here's my question for you. As you've called him before, Micah Doncic, a little bit of theater there with him. Do you think this was theater at all? Go grab my helmet. I'm going in. Or do you think he was probably always getting in there?
I have no idea. I would have probably had to be there to watch him over the past few days. I don't know whether Jerry said something to him in the 30-minute conversation the day before, to spurn it like, hey,
what's your point?
I want you to really be the leader. Like, just do something to inspire these guys, and then we'll go ahead and get this thing done.
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
I have no idea.
He embraced it. It was.
What do you think?
I think.
Was it planned or just spur of the moment?
I think it looked genuine. Like he wasn't going to get in, at least not right then. Maybe he was going to get on some stuff later, but I don't think he was intending to get in there. And then he saw it and he was like, give me the helmet. Come on, let's go. Because I think he was getting a little bit frustrated. I mentioned a second ago, Kyle Shanahan, not a fan of tracking practice stats. This is something that irritates him. This was a quote he gave to the San Francisco media.
Like your Dak stats yesterday?
That's exactly.
Okay, so you're not talking about like quarterback 5 for 7. You're talking about GPS stuff.
No, like the quarterback, how many they completed for how long, like literal like NFL statistics in practice. And this is what he said. He said, I'm trying to get them to trust what they do and let it rip. That's all I want in practice, talking about quarterbacks. He says, you go through all these practices and you never throw a pick, you're probably not getting better. I think that's one of the biggest challenges having you guys around. No offense to you guys, But they used to not report people's stats every day and say who's ahead, who's back, who's whatever. You could just practice. And when guys play to practice that way, they don't get better at anything, and especially a quarterback. I mean, it's hard when you get in that stadium and things like that. Not only are you getting it hit for the first time, but now all that stuff counts. I get what he's saying.
I love it.
I get what he's saying.
The Jalen Hurts numbers last offseason and not throwing an interception for a month.
Yeah, right.
100%. Like Cam Ward. There was the note about Cam Ward throwing 18 straight completions the other day. A lot of that can be checked down, different stuff like that. And I get what you're saying about you don't focus on that. Let guys practice, let guys work through stuff. Just like spring training.
A lot of the great quarterbacks, I'll tell you, ask Brady, ask Manning, ask Rodgers. They had no problem throwing picks in practice because they knew, first of all, it didn't matter. You get it back. But second of all, it allows you to see what works and what doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, will this play fool anybody? Oh, no, it won't. You know, or does this work? Does that work? And if it doesn't work, you know not to use it. Or you know to pull it out in, very certain situations. You know, okay, you know what? Can't use it in this against this defense. Let's try it again against something else. I totally agree. I mean, I'm like, yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I don't fault him either. Like I think Kyle Shanahan's generally right. That you don't tracking practice stats is not always productive. I think when we're looking at how is somebody performing in 7-on-7 and 2-minute drill and things like that, you're not just working on some things. You are trying to execute. There's a competition there of who's better, who's not. I'm not going to I'm not going to track practice stats and like hold that as like here's the entirety of it. But what I am going to say is Jack Sanborn gave up 3 touchdowns yesterday to tight ends in coverage as a linebacker. That seems to me to be kind of relevant. I don't think Jack Sanborn's just working through some stuff, which I know is not what you're saying. Is
right,
that?
But I mean, just look at the U.S. Open. We talked about the putting from 150 yards on the first hole. They try it in the practice round. You know, they just see it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Then they'll bury it and they'll go back to their normal way. But if it works, hey, great. And that's I have no problem with tracking the stats, but you use them to it's one data point out of a dozen.
Sean, I'm curious for you because I know like we're obviously like I'm on the beat covering it every day. Like you guys are not No, I'm just saying like the context for how we're working Cowboys coverage can be a little different in the ways it plays out. So I'm saying for me, I may have a hesitancy of like, is this productive to tweet like a video from training camp or something like that? Like if I see a throw, I'm going to be like, nobody's going to have the right context for this and what it means. And it's just going to like be I feel like then I'm maybe stirring up a thing of like, oh, this guy's really struggling or something like that. Yeah. That was the thing with the one-on-ones. McCarthy, I think to his credit, McCarthy didn't want to do. He didn't want to do a lot of one-on-ones in training camp because he felt like corners are going to get, if I got corners with rabbit ears, they're going to get embarrassed out here because of the nature of the drill.
Yeah.
And it's going to look bad.
Was it the Diggs video that blew up a couple years ago? Who was it that got beat?
Diggs was getting worked a little bit in some of the one-on-ones.
Or maybe it was a fight or something like that. Maybe it was Diggs. Guyton, we got fooled by Guyton versus Micah.
Mm-hmm.
We got fooled. Now, if George Pickens makes a gymnastics catch, that to me has value.
Translates, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, all right, he's a freak. If Joe Milton throws a missile or throws one 80 yards, it's like, when Joe does it again, I'm like, all right, he's got arm strength.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the value of it.
It was a pretty bland day, by the way, for Joe Milton since he comes up here. But again, I think they might look at that and say it was a more productive day. Like, we don't have Joe Milton. We know what he can do. We know he can sling the ball. Sean, like RJ, you guys are going to have viral videos on Twitter when you park down by the net and Joe Milton's throwing those passes in Oxnard. That's going to get retweeted hundreds of times because it looks really impressive and it's awesome. He was spending a ton of time with Steve Shimko, the quarterback coach, yesterday, talking through things. A lot of it looked like it was more underneath. It looked like the stuff that's boring, quote unquote, to people are probably things that the Cowboys think he really needs to work on and drill down on. But kind of a generic practice from him yesterday. Did have a nice touchdown pass to Jonathan Mingo, though.
What a recap from our Cowboys Insider. Other shows in town, brought us for 1 day, 1 hour. Don't have their full-time hosts also attending practice Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, and you'll get another full recap tomorrow as they wrap things up in Frisco. Sean and RJ here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Why RJ Choppy is now rooting against Rick Carlisle and Indiana after Game 3 last night. That and our final Luke Bryan ticket giveaway of the day after this.
Pepper lady. Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The Pacers attempting to go up 2-1 and now officially are up 2-1 as time has run out. Boy, Oklahoma City had the lead in the fourth quarter, but as is their custom, the Pacers rallied and were able to finish this one off 116 to 107.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Treef, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I may have already just said that, but we are trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. You're so soft, Bobby.
What did I do?
You're going in there. You're trying to soften things up with Kevin Hagelin after you promised this big crosstalk battle and fight.
I literally walked in there and trolled him immediately.
And I heard you guys talking about defensive metric. It was very pleasant.
Well, then we were talking after I got my first trolling out of it. But he's gonna get it, and he said I know crosstalk's gonna be painful for me. That's what he said.
Okay, all right, we'll see. 940 with the KNC masterpiece. What?
No, that I can't say.
You mouthed it.
I was just crosstalk's gonna be painful for him. That's all.
What was that, Peyton?
Show me your meat.
Oh, never mind. The Indiana Pacers take the 2-1 series lead. The story of last night, the bench, the others, with what they got, 27 points.
From Benedict Mathurin.
What a name.
Yeah, the 6th overall pick of the draft, Arizona, good player in college. Hasn't put it together totally in the pros, had some injuries. Last year I know they lost him for a little bit. It was like a shoulder or something. And then TJ McConnell had a really nice night off the bench. First player in NBA history to have a 10-5-5 game with 5 of those, one of the 5 being 5 steals off the bench. So that's pretty good. And this is a really good, fun. That was the best game of the series easily.
Yeah,
easily the best game.
Been a good series so far. I was obviously wrong so far and expecting it to be much more lopsided. It's still going to be Thunder in 6. So we'll see who wants to take any action on that. But I am finding myself, when the games are happening, rooting for the Pacers. Who are you guys rooting for in the moment?
Indy.
Is it just because of Rick?
It's part of it's because of Rick. Look, also, the Thunder's uniforms is just so generic. They're very, the blue.
Generic?
The blues, it's a generic blue. I don't know. It feels like if you were to make a movie, a made-for-TV movie, you would use the Thunder uniforms.
Okay. I get that.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, it's Indiana. It probably is just because of Rick. Because I don't know. There's a little bit of...
And they're such an underdog. The underdog story is fun with it.
Underdog is fun. There's also a little bit of like... I don't know that Indiana's like getting back here again. Like, I don't know that Oklahoma City is an opportunity to... I do root for dynasties. I do root for like sustained success. I think that's usually good for the historical context of the game. Indiana as like being what feels like just like it's Hoosiers basketball. It's like it feels small town. I know Indianapolis is a bigger market than I'm painting it out to be, but it feels like a little small town team almost. They've always been they don't have a lot of flash. There's not a lot of like intrigue with the players. Halliburton's a good player, but there's not like anybody going back to.
No one next year is going to pick the Pacers to go back to the finals.
No one. And that's that's a shame because they were in the East Finals last year.
If it were no Carlisle, I would be rooting for OKC because I like OKC. I like the trajectory they've had of like, all right, you lost last year, you learned something, you were dominant, you achieved. Like, I like the structure of that for dynasties.
Well, RJ Choppy has apparently now turned on this man.
TJ just brought a competitive will to the game. Mathurin jumped in there and immediately was aggressive and got the ball in the basket. And look, this is the kind of team that we are. We need everybody to be ready. It's not always going to be exactly the same guys that are stepping up with scoring and stuff like that. But, this is how we got to do it, and we got to do it as a team. And we got to make it as hard as possible on them.
Well, all that now is apparently out the window because of street signs.
Street signs. The city of Indianapolis, they ought to just rename it Loserville because that's what they are. Every single Pacers player has a street named after them now around Gamebridge Fieldhouse, which used to be Conseco Fieldhouse.
Wow.
They've already done
this. Is this temporary?
I think it's temporary.
This is like...
is that kind of cool? Is that kind of cool, temporary?
But the Pacers made fun of the Knicks for doing the same thing. The Knicks did this around like the Garden.
And the players or the fans made fun of him?
The Pacer fans made fun of the Knicks. This is Loserville, though. This is the same city full of losers that has an AFC finalist banner in their football stadium.
You love that city.
I do. I do like the city. It's a nice city. It's very walkable.
Or rideable on the scooters.
Or rideable on the
scooters.
Those scooter things are amazing. The obelisk that's got in the middle of the square. Okay, I like that. It's very, very. It's a cool city. You know, it's got 2 places to eat.
Yeah, that overrated Todd Archer deli.
Yeah.
and then a bunch of steakhouses.
And a couple of steakhouses.
And what about the people? You have a problem with the people? Said it's a city of losers.
It's a loser.
Our Uber drivers were very nice.
The Uber driver was great.
They all could host sports talk radio.
He's a Florida fan, though. He was a Florida fan. But yeah, it's a city of losers, man. You're changing street signs, changing names of the streets for a team that just made. I mean, can you wait until they win the title?
I like it if it's temporary. Like Sean was just saying, if it is permanent, that's stupid. Like if we're gonna walk around next year and it's gonna be like Neesmith Way, like while we're out at Combine, that'll be like, this was silly. That wasn't necessary. As a temporary thing, I like it. Dallas, there's a city. There's a city in Texas called Buffalo, Texas, and Buffalo, Texas, who the 2 times the Cowboys played the Bills in the Super Bowl, and then when the Stars played the Sabres in the Stanley Cup final, they changed their name to Blue Star, Texas for 2 weeks, and then until the end of the NHL playoffs, they changed their name to Green Star, Texas. So it's cool. It's a temporary change. It's like, nope, solidarity. We're not going to be Buffalo.
That's cool.
I like that.
That's cool.
I think this is kind of similar.
If
it's
cool. If it's temporary, I retract a portion. But, as Winston Wolfe said in Pulp Fiction, let's not start yet. And that's what this is happening.
Game 2 of the finals. Average $8.76 million on ABC.
I told you there's a reason why it took forever.
The lowest Game 2 viewership since 2007.
And that was the
Spurs
Cavs. That was Spurs Cavs, that sweep. Yeah, there's a reason why it took them 3 days to announce this. Because they're not puffing their chest out about that.
Look, everybody except Ryan Russillo knew it wasn't going to look great. That this was going to be some tough ratings because it's Oklahoma City even being the best team in basketball and having a star like Shea. We've talked about how we can't even all settle like Shea is the face of the league. I don't know, that doesn't really seem to fit. And then it's Indiana, which is kind of scrappy Midwest. It's not pulling in any. I imagine everybody in New York is just. I don't think anybody's hate watching the finals. Knicks fans are probably just like, I'm not watching this. They're probably mad about it.
And look, truthfully, I don't care what the ratings are. My whole thing is, people love to pick on baseball with their ratings, but that's it. If it doesn't matter here, you can't say it doesn't matter here, but it matters for Major League Baseball.
The 2 big NBA stories, the Knicks got rejected again. After the Mavs said, no, you are not allowed. Shams is also reporting something. He's using a word in all these reports, like basically forcibly. They were forcibly told no. He's like using extra oomph in the rejection that the Knicks are receiving. So the Mavs said no, and then they tried to ask the Hawks to talk to Quinn Snyder, and the Hawks said no. T. Rainey sent me a tweet. The Bucks gave the Knicks permission to interview Doc Rivers, but New York declined. So that's a little joke that's out there. And Charles Barkley had to call out James Dolan's crew last night on NBA TV.
The Knicks got to be the stupidest damn people in the world. You don't fire no good coach like that and don't have a plan. I mean, Tibbs did a hell of a job. Obviously, something's going on there, but you don't have a plan. And now the 3 coaches turn you down. You got to have a plan, man. And they don't have a plan now. I mean, I don't know what the hell they're going to do.
I just got this text from my boy. If you're employed and get a call from a random New York number, there's a 70% chance you could be getting the call to be the Knicks head coach next season. And then the other NBA story, Shams has put out the teams that Kevin Durant is trying to get to. Right now it's listed as Houston, San Antonio, Minnesota, Miami, and New York.
All right. So as we look at those teams,
I love this topic because we talk about how unfair it is that Magic Johnson joined the Lakers and just had Kareem and Worthy. So Magic he doesn't get made fun of for having a super team around him.
Right.
But if you go to a super team, we judge you different. Michael had Scotty. They acquired Dennis, right? You play with
he
the
was
Hall
already
of-
there.
Yeah.
Wade. We look at Wade different than LeBron. Like, even though they're not in the same legacy kind of category, but nobody.
LeBron went to Wade.
Which you guys are the legacy gatekeepers of professional sports.
Yeah.
You determine legacies.
And I think Durant might be number 2 on this list all time, behind LeBron for jumping. When people get worked up about this topic.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a lot of people who would put him ahead of LeBron even.
But he didn't want to go back to Golden State, we think, because of this.
Right. He told his agent, "You made me ruin my life," or whatever that quote was that he gave about like when he went to Golden State and he got caught hell for it. So looking at these 5 teams, like there's no way Russell Westbrook can really win a title and save his legacy as the guy anymore just because of where he's at in his career. KD can still be the guy or one of the top guys and contribute. So if you're looking at this just through the lens,
We're totally forgetting his 50-40-90 streak. He was the best shooter in the NBA last year in many metrics.
Yeah, he's still really, really good.
Really good.
So if I'm KD, here's how I'm ranking these teams from 5 to 1 as my best opportunity to save my championship legacy with you fellas or other people who are saying, nope, you're not getting in here. Number 5, last option, San Antonio. That's not going to work. Wemby's already supposed to be the next. He's supposed to be the heir apparent. If he jumps on to the Wemby ascent, it's going to be viewed as like, no, dude, you just latched on to the climb for San Antonio.
You know, there's health issues with Wemby. I mean, he had the blood clot.
No, there's monk issues.
And there's monk issues with Wemby.
That's the thing. The blood clots are gone. He's done whatever Tibetan medicine he had to do now. Number 4, Miami. Now, this is a controversial. I was texting with some people last night, Nick Harris, Reggie Atatula. I was talking through this with them. I was like, what do you think about this list? And I got some different answers on Miami. So they're the furthest away. And so, like, Reggie argued that would be number 1. But to me, you're going to be met with the sentiment of, oh, this is what the Stars do. Somebody catches on with Miami. Like, some hater, perspective will still be like, nope, just like Shaq jumped on, LeBron jumped on.
Not me at all. I'm looking at the talent you joined.
Spoelstra as just a guy who always is kind of going to get you there, just like with Jimmy and everything else. Number 3, Minnesota. Minnesota's not a historic power. In fact, people have left there to win titles, typically. Kevin Love, Kevin Garnett. But Ant is supposed to be the next. Ant would be viewed as the guy and the leader and everything else. I think his 2 best options here. Number 2, Houston. I think that would be the most poetic one because he's joining a young core with a bunch of high draft picks. It'd basically be like reviving OKC or going back as an older player to help an early OKC team that didn't win. But you still might be thought of as latching on to a team that's going up. And then the number 1 that would fix his reputation would be New York. Because the Knicks are viewed as this Browns organization that you can't win in there. And they're in disarray right now. They're thought of as just even though they got to the conference finals, they're thought of as this team right now that's just
ceiling.
Here's another example of just they are what they are. And I think he would be viewed as elevating Brunson more than Brunson elevating him.
I might put the Knicks last.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a show of disagreement today.
Good.
Because they just beat the Celtics, East Finals, have a superstar. I mean, the Rockets definitely would help out more. Your generic sports fans still can't name the top 2 players on the Houston Rockets. If he goes there and they won the championship, I know Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet quicker than their younger talent.
Otis Thorpe.
Yeah. And then Miami, I view them as basically having nothing. I'd put both of them easily over the Knicks. I'm putting the Knicks probably last.
See, the thing with the Knicks is it would
more
be
more than Minnesota. Because that was the biggest pushback I got from Nick Harris. Nick Harris was like, Minnesota's literally a piece away.
Yeah, probably not Minnesota.
It's the
I agree with Nick for once since he was wrong about Jimmy Butler.
So when he went to Golden State, they had already won. I think when you're going to a team and they haven't won and you're an over the top piece, I don't view that as really impacting your legacy or cherry picking on something. He cherry picked on Golden State.
So who's the best and worst? Most helpful, least helpful, legacy wise.
I mean, I think the most helpful and the least helpful probably is the same team. It's the Knicks. It's the most helpful and the least helpful at the same time. Because you're going to get the boost of New York, and you're going to be be the over-the-top piece, but people are still going to look at it and say, you went to a really good team already.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franco Franco Injury Attorney text line. When we return, our Luke Bryan ticket giveaway, and is Jerry Jones moving to the AFC? The Red Zone, your football fix after this. Let me get you...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, I'll freak me out a little bit.
SaveOurKids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
This is your football fix, known as the Red Zone, every day at 9:20 here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. It's Sean RJ along with our insider Bobby Belt on 105.3 The Fan. I don't believe this story.
Uh-oh.
It came from one of the aggregators.
Oh.
And I have a hard time believing that we now have a Jerry Jones in the AFC. So Jim Irsay passes away. The Colts go to his daughters. New Colts owner, Carly Irsay Gordon, explains why she chooses to be on the sideline during games with a headset on and a call sheet. Quote, I need to be able to say, is this person full of BS? Do they even know what they're talking about? I would suggest it for anyone else who has to pay head coaches and GMs millions and millions of dollars. It helps you make a less expensive mistake. Close quote.
Well, you can't take that from the aggregators.
This is from Dove.
Where I think you can take it from is Colts.com that wrote the story, apparently. And they've got because I agreed with you. When they threw that photo up there, I was like, that's AI. That's like an AI-generated photo of her with a headset. This is weird. This is a little weird.
Do we need to pump the brakes, take a step back, and put yourself in the position of someone who has taken over a football team? Are you just like, I think if you're more curious over what's being said over the headsets, but my problem with her, and this would be for any male as well, before Bobby makes his insensitive comments, I'll try to throw up the shield first. What? Bob Anthony Towns over here.
For sure.
For her to act like she's monitoring what they're doing, like she could correct it, that's the part that sounds idiotic. You want to get on there and you got to tell me, all right, what did you hear on the headset that is going to lead you to make a judgment on Steichen or the quarterback coach or anyone else? Maybe if they act unprofessional, maybe they're cursing someone up and down, maybe that's regular coach speak. So those are my immediate thoughts. If I owned a team, okay, yeah, give me a headset. It's freaking cool to listen to them talk. But to say, quote, is this person full of BS? Do they even know what they're talking about? You're going to have to prove to me that you can talk Brian Broaddus X's and O's for you to suggest that you can correct something that you think doesn't sound right.
So on
the
Colts website, on that article Bobby referenced a minute ago, so she says that she does this not to micromanage, but to understand the intricacies of every single play. And one of the things she says is like, oh, that person ran the wrong route, or they tagged the wrong wide receiver. It wasn't really the player's fault. It was the person who called it. Stuff like that.
Okay, so so then you're telling me that she knows blue right, 94, red go, what the routes are supposed to be from that?
I guess what it's insinuating.
If she does, more power to her, props.
I guess what she's insinuating there.
I'm guessing no.
So according to Shane Steichen said, as far as football goes, she's around it. She understands it. When you talk football with her, she gets it.
Who said that?
Shane Steichen.
Oh,
now,
don't say say it like that.
So Shane Steichen,
go ahead.
Talking about his boss. Shane
Steichen said it's got to be credible.
Go Vols, Jim Bob Cooter, our former quarterback, says she's at all the practices. This is strange. This is strange because you don't usually see owners on the headset on the field in this kind of setting.
Please, Jerry, just do this for us for 10 minutes, Jerry.
Forget even Jerry. If Charlotte was doing this, which like when she had previously done this, she was not the owner of the team, so it would be a similar setup, somebody in the front office. If Charlotte, Steven, Jerry Jr., anybody did this would get destroyed.
Oh, yeah.
It would be the top story on ESPN
It
nonstop.
already got destroyed when Jerry used to walk down there. Arthur Blank dodges all of it.
Yeah.
You talk about TJ Watt versus Micah coverage. Arthur Blank still goes down there.
Yeah.
Versus Jerry, right?
This is like look, there's a lot of heat that Jerry catches fairly. There's probably some things that additionally could use more scrutiny at times. There's also, it's double-edged because there's a lot of things where it's like, this is also inconsistent in that he gets hammered for some things. It's like, it happens around the league, or worse things could happen around the league, and it's only said about Jerry.
There's a fine line from an owner of being too involved and not involved enough. Some people are just like, hey, this is the paycheck. I hire somebody to run the company. You go run it. I'm the money behind it. I'm gonna make a profit. And then there's the too involved. I think this would fall into the too involved part. Now, I get it, like you want to know what's going on, but do you not think that it's a bad idea for your players to see you on the sidelines with a headset? Could you imagine if your boss is literally standing next to you your entire day at work?
Yeah. Like Spittle just staring through
the window like we're zoo animals?
Then it'd be like Ben and Skin, having to correct them all the time.
Yeah, for sure.
Justifiably so. Oh, you like that, Pepe?
So
how's it going?
I don't know, man. I mean, there's a lot of routes you could take here. If you're her, like, do you want to be involved? I get it. You want to be involved. You're making these are $1 million decisions. More power to you on that. But like, there's got to be a better way than this.
Is Anthony Richardson's shoulder a problem? The other day, Peter Schrager, one of his hot takes was Daniel Jones will be like one of the most surprising players in the league, and I was like, whoa! And then you're hearing about Anthony Richardson's shoulder.
Yeah, so he's not even doing minicamp because he's got a hurt shoulder. And like, so question: will he be the Colts starting quarterback to start 2026?
I think I said it near the end of last year. I think one of my hot takes was he wasn't going to start a game again when he had gotten benched. So I'm going to say no because I've got to be ideologically consistent.
No, we hate that.
I genuinely don't think he's going to be starting in 2026 for them. I don't think he's going to be there. I don't think he's going to be on their roster.
He's got tons of upside. He always has, right? He's
not going to be on the roster.
Mm-mm.
Why?
No, because I mean we'll be talking about what? So this will be year 3 for him.
Wait, are we talking about 2025?
He said 6.
6. So like he's going to go through this year. Will he be the quarterback?
Oh no, I'm just thinking, is he going to start this year because of Richardson's health?
Well, that's another one. I mean, if he doesn't even play, then almost definitely not going to be there next year. So it's like
how bad's the injury? That's all I care about.
He'll play at some point this year, I would imagine. But I do think this is his last year in Indy because I just don't think he's going to put it together. They'll get 3 years into it. They'll decline his option, and then he'll either be a cut candidate or they'll try to trade him.
Let's keep it in Indy. An all Indy red zone so far. Actually, you know what? Let's hook you up. Is Luke Bryan from Indy?
So I'm gonna sit right here.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets. See Luke Bryan on Friday, June 20th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
The great Andrew Marchand reports that Adam Schefter has been banned from Pat McAfee's show. Here's the report. Schefter has essentially been banned after he failed to make a requested appearance during free agency in March. The incident in question occurred during NFL free agency's deadline with McAfee wanting Schefter to appear on the show. But Schefter was unable as he was busy appearing on the free agency special that aired on ESPN2, resulting in him having banished Adam from the Pat McAfee show ever since.
Ha! What? Why? Why?
Because he has all the power. He's on a power trip. If this is true, what a weak move by Pat McAfee. What a weak move. Pat McAfee has now reached this space to where I think he's reached a Portnoy, Beyonce, Taylor Swift, I think, space. In knowing that everyone in the media kisses McAfee's ass, right? In my opinion, and this will probably be written about on some.
I did at the casinos. Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
I like that.
I think there's a fear in saying anything against McAfee or like his show, just like there's a fear of Portnoy and Barstool to a degree, or a fear of the Beehive. And look, Pat has accomplished. Props to him. He's changed the game to a degree, a large degree. And I'm just going off this report. I don't know the truth. It could be wrong. But Marchand usually hits.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Pat McAfee has been empowered to where he's Stephen A.
It's
Stephen A. and Pat McAfee with the most power in that building. And he's like, I don't care that you're Adam Schefter. You do what I want and do what I say. That's how I'm reading between the lines with it.
Look, there's two things here. If Schefter had a pre-planned hit and then canceled, McAfee, I think, would be okay. I wouldn't ban him, but he'd be in the right to be upset. If Pat just requested him and Schefter had a pre-committed obligation, you have no right to get upset at a guest for saying, I can't come on your show today.
I don't even care about the first instance. How many times do we shuffle guests on this show?
Oh, you shuffle.
How many times do we be like, all right, next segment, next hour, they can't make it, they can't do it.
It's your employer saying you need to be on the draft special on ESPN too.
That special has been there for years and years before Pat McAfee's show.
It's still overreacting, but I at least understand the annoyance, the anger. Hey, look, we planned for you to be on the show. Don't now come and say you can't do it.
Well, you got 19 other people on set.
Yeah.
Toss it up to them.
What
Have
if
Pac-Man Jones pop on or throw it over to Chuck Pagano.
What if
or
it
do
is
a WWE segment?
What if it's related to, do you remember when he first went to ESPN,
There's got to be more behind it.
Well, one of the tension points we had heard about was McAfee was a Rappaport guy. Like, McAfee always had Rappaport on.
Yep.
And we're talking...
And Shams over Woj.
And it was a thing where when he went to ESPN, that was one of the things of like, okay, so he's not going to have Ian on anymore, and now he's got to have Schefter on, which he did have Schefter on, but he was able to still bring Ian on in rotation. I wonder if this is also just looking for an opportunity to just be his... Like, he never wanted to do Schefter.
Also, Schefter spoke out against Rodgers. Remember, Schefter said, dude, make a decision.
Didn't McAfee too, though? Like McAfee at the end of last year, remember when Aaron started getting all that heat for stuff after he had one of the controversial things he said, Pat came out there's like, yeah, look, we don't endorse everything Aaron says, and like he like totally backed off. It was one of the few times we've seen him
but
like,
he didn't do anything aggressively.
No, but it was definitely like at the time
Schefter was like calling him out, like, dude, make a decision, and like if Pat's that close to Aaron,
right? Or is Ian Rappaport right?
Mm-hmm.
ESPN and NFL Network, I think are they going together? Is Ian Rappaport about to be like an ESPN insider or no? How's that going to work, Bobby? You can tell us.
I mean, that's still not like they're not even in the full transition period yet for that. That's all stuff that's supposedly been heading that way. That's not finished. So that they haven't even outlined any of that. Nobody has any clue what kind of fallout will come from that.
Let's see what happens when the season begins. Like, you want Adam Schefter on your show.
You would think
as much as possible, but maybe McAfee thinks he's above it. That's the report. As Bill Simmons says every week, don't aggregate me. Don't be writing no articles out there because Pat will Twitter search.
Yes, he will.
Or someone on that staff will. We got McAfee versus Schefter. Nope. Belt versus Hagelin next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Was it Singing Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
I think Oklahoma City is going to win. I think they're going to win comfortably. You can look back at the first two games, though I know obviously they were in Oklahoma City, and the Thunder are clearly the better team, and they're the better team by quite a large margin. And if not for a fluky last 2.5 minutes, people would be asking if this could be a sweep. Well, that didn't go too well for me. I will tell you, the fourth quarter really humbled me on that opinion yesterday, because I still thought when you saw, like, obviously OKC surge at the beginning of the third and the end of the third, I thought they were going to pace it out in the fourth quarter. And when that obviously did not come even close to happening, I was like, looks like it's time to reevaluate your opinion on these teams.
Let me stop you. I hate that these two conspired to go and get this clip, Bobby and Peyton. Because
yeah, leave me. I didn't do this. I had nothing to do with it.
Payne's left out of it. I did it.
This is so ridiculous. You have nothing to apologize for. At least you had some stones in sports talk radio to give an opinion. Right. If you had gotten in a big war and issued a guarantee.
Yeah.
You got a game wrong in the NBA Finals. Big freaking whoop. But that's the pettiness of Bobby Belt.
It is.
His research ability is second to none.
This guy,
it's scary.
It's something. This guy yesterday decided to, I don't know where your family is. I thought they were back in town. He decided to go and research every single person in the radio station and what he could find from their high school days. We have Brian brought his hair.
That picture's
I didn't see that picture. Yeah.
Me on a baseball.
I haven't seen that picture.
It's awesome.
It's on Twitter.
Picture.
Me on a baseball all-star team. RJ Choppy being Nohei Ohtani. We have Kevin and Corey and their pick'ems from back in high school. What inspired this? What are you doing?
So
I
was
seen
actually
the Mike picture.
Mike who?
Mike Bassett.
Oh, the cowboy photo.
The rodeo wood. I had so what this basically
Peyton working charity.
Yeah, basically where this came from was Mike had mentioned before Bassett that he's never seen his dad pitch. So because he said they didn't archive stuff the same way, never seen anybody pitch, whatever. So I know those trading circles of people who archive games and stuff like that. So I've just been looking for that. I've been trying to find one of the games, and in the process of that, I had stumbled across some clipping that mentioned his dad, and so then I started deep diving on, like, maybe I can find some articles about his dad where it, like, an interview or something he didn't remember.
Because our conversation this morning, giving me crap about the Pacers, which I understand.
Because you were wrong. Cooper Flagg's going to be a bust now because clearly Hagee doesn't know basketball.
Oh, man. And then you showed me the thing that I'm assuming you already brought up or are about to bring up, and I was like, how the hell did you find that?
Yeah, it was just I was digging on trying to find different, things that had mentioned Mike's dad or Mike. Yeah, I found the one of Mike was a 1-year-old baby, and Mike's dad talking about how even though he's a year old, he knows I pitch for the Twins. He's that aware of it. He's a baseball lover, and he was.
The good part about, and they're very few, but one of the good parts about having a kid is when these people go
tax breaks.
When these people go, they did this at 2 and they did that at 3, and now I can relate.
Yeah,
and I'm like, no,
they didn't.
That is your tall Paul Bunyan myth.
Yeah,
because my daughter definitely does not know what I do for a living. She's one. So no, that is 1,000% wrong, Mr. Bassett. So I gotta fact check memories now when people are like, they were killer.
Like that guy from the Red Sox. Yeah,
Hunter Dobbins.
Yeah, he didn't fact check his dad.
His dad said that he was drafted by the Yankees or something like that.
His dad said that
he was drafted by the Yankees twice, and then he got traded to Arizona, and that's why Dobbins said he would retire before he ever played for the. If the Yankees were the last team to offer him a contract, he would just retire.
New York Post reporter's like, let's check this out. And he's like, lies!
Let's hear the audio.
They're based off of my personal experiences and nothing to do with growing up or family. And also, it was a rivalry, so we're just having some fun. Jazz got into it too, and we had a good time about it. The whole backstory, stuff that I had heard growing up and, seen pictures of and, from my dad. So at the end of the day, it's just from my dad and what I kind of grew my love for the game. But at the end of the day, I don't go and fact check my dad or anything like that.
You better accept this. People are allowed to live their truth, Sean. This is his truth.
Well, you can live it. I'm just gonna, fact check it. Call you on the BS.
It's like the George Costanza. It's not a lie if you believe it.
So this guy,
we've moved into that society.
So give me the reset on this again. Hunter Dobbins.
So Hunter Dobbins is the player for the Red Sox currently.
Yeah.
And
like last week-ish,
when the Yankees were playing the Red Sox, he had made a comment that if the Yankees were the last team to offer me a contract, I would retire.
Okay.
And then I guess he delved into the backstory a little bit that, his dad, was a player, minor league player.
He said he had history with the Yankees. Yeah.
And then it said he had gotten drafted by them out of high school and then out of college. So he would have been drafted twice by the same team. And then I guess they traded him or whatever. And that Joel Sherman, who's on MLB Network and the New York Post, went and looked it up. Brian Cashman, he asked Brian Cash, like, I have no idea who this guy is. So, I don't know. That's the backstory.
Okay.
And he was not drafted, I guess, or didn't actually play in the Yankees.
Still sounds more accurate than Hagee's prediction about OKC yesterday, though.
Stop it.
Hey,
that's fair.
You wanna double up against Bobby? Because if you want sweet revenge on Bobby, you just money whip him.
Look, I don't want to get involved in a feud.
Come on,
with Bobby because he
with
has
me specifically.
Let's just make
he
a
has
bet.
the time and drive to take anybody out
and ability.
Yeah.
OKC in 6. That's my take. Indiana's not better. Halliburton's not going to hit those lucky threes. Shea is definitely going to go off big time in Game 5. Then they'll go back home and finish this thing up. Cute little Pacers story. I'm rooting for Carlisle. I want Indy to win it. The Thunder will win in 6.
Thunder in 6 is still my pick.
Oh, it's still your pick?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was his dismissiveness where he's like, a sweep, they're so much better. It's going to be competitive, though.
Okay. Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, when we have an hour and a half show,
we didn't make the schedule.
You guys
Sean.
literally prepped longer than your show.
That's
you
true.
were in here for longer than your show.
And I did some prep last night.
Aren't
and I got
you pleased by that level of commitment?
Great commitment.
I got about halfway into it when I realized we had a short show, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm not even doing C Block tomorrow." But when we have a short show like this, Kevin likes to pack in a full show into an hour and a half. So we will be doing Gridiron and Baseball Nuggets at 10:20. We'll also have Jared at 10:40, but at 11 o'clock. Do folks watch the U.S. Open, at least in part, to watch golfers struggle because it makes you feel better about your golf game?
Where are we at on the leaderboard?
JJ Spawn's your leader, 4 under. Gary Woodland, my guy, is 3 under. And then you got a slew of guys at 2 under par. Rory was 2 under. He just bogeyed. He is 1 under par, along with Ludwig Oberg, who is a Texas Tech guy. And then Bryson DeChambeau, Wyndham Clark, Phil. Those are all major champions. They are even par. But they got low scores here.
Because this is usually the toughest or like the low.
I think you and Bobby should actually open your show and do the golf segment. Just you two?
I'd like it.
Do the topic.
You swing. I know you swing.
Do the topic that Corey actually set up, just the two of you. That would be radio.
I would like it.
Two golf haters.
I set that topic up.
Yeah,
It is weird.
That's true.
It is
really?
weird.
But you don't even watch golf.
That doesn't mean I don't know how to set up intriguing topics.
All right, this is the topic I really wanted to talk about.
Oh, great.
Is it David? Is it Pagnotta? Either way,
Yes.
the guy's been getting star stories correct. Yesterday, he tweeted, they're taking calls on Jason Robertson. Jim Neal is hesitant to move him. As they look to free up some cap space, I'm told they're shopping Mason Marchment, who's entering the final year of his contract, and he's got a 10-team no-trade clause. Did you guys have this yesterday during your show?
No.
Okay.
No. Well, so we had the conversation last week about the pros and cons, of trading Jason Robertson. And so I'm fascinated by that because that makes a lot of sense. I understand Marchman as well.
I didn't know. I heard y'all this morning say that he had the no trade clause.
10 teams.
And that's when I was like, oh, wow, I didn't realize he would get something like that. But he is one of those guys that you were frustrated by the entire playoff series. He had one good game, I think. One good game the whole time. The rest of the time, he looked like a horse on skates.
Have you ever seen the TV show Traders?
Yeah, I tried watching. I couldn't do it.
Oh, you didn't like it?
No.
I'm surprised. All right, fair enough.
Because it's reality garbage?
Well, also, I thought it was awesome.
Oh.
So
No, people love it.
Yeah. So
I can't do that, like, fake. Ha! Who's behind the magic wall? The library.
Okay, so then you won't like the suggestion.
Count Dracula's coming in tonight.
I think it would be neat if you didn't get to know who the 10 teams were. And so, like, you set up a trade, and you're like, all right, we got it set up to the Canadians.
Yeah.
And then you look at the list, and you're like, damn it!
Yeah.
They're on the list. Back to the drawing board.
What do you think about dealing Robertson?
Look, I am in favor of it now, and I know people get upset. I will say you're not going to get that level of production for the price this year, and I can accept that. But I also think the die was cast in terms of re-signing him once you made the deal for Rantanen. And so I'm kind of going off the Bobby philosophy as if you don't necessarily think you're going to be bringing this person back, which I get the sense that they don't, then it makes all the sense in the world.
I wonder if you already feel like you have a replacement in-house. And
Yes.
so maybe what you can get for him, maybe you're not expecting the same talent return, but that'll allow you to go get something else.
See, and
like
that's
you talk about Chuck a lot, and I'm right there with you, dude.
Do it, man.
I want that dude. You put the C on his jersey. And
By
just
the
let
way,
it
you're just
ride.
making up that he's available, like, or are there talks about it, rumors?
There's talks that he wants out.
Okay.
And they
gonna
may
cost
not
you
be
Wyatt
able to.
plus.
That's the
Gonna
kind of
cost
player.
you Wyatt plus.
It's
And
going to
I'm
cost you
willing to do
Wyatt
that.
and Maverick
or pick.
or pick.
Yeah.
Well, and then that could lean into, if you move
The
on from
Robertson
Robertson, there are multiple teams like Philly out there that would be interested in giving up picks for him.
Bobby, I want to finish with something for you. And I want you to listen closely.
I want to finish with something for you too.
No, I see you passing around
stop it.
your little computer, something making fun of me. I want you to hear me. I want you to listen closely.
Oh, dear God.
Oh man.
I don't have the time, and I'm not going to take the time. But if I ever decided to, and I know no one can probably come close to matching what you do in terms of all your, but if I wanted to, I would do whatever I could and stoop to the levels of contacting all your family, all your siblings.
Wait, then he still talks
well,
to
not your mom. But I would do the digging that you do.
Got to get Miss Cleo to do that.
in order to try, in order to strike back at you. I do have that level of vindictiveness.
I know you
just
do.
don't have the energy. So I know you're passing around your little article showing probably that I was a baseball all-star,
You and
undefeated tennis person, and all these
You
good
won a
things.
state championship.
Yes.
he was a Little League All-Star. He and his buddy Jake, they ripped home runs to win the game. It says that in the paper.
I just want to let you know, if they fired me tomorrow and I just had severance time, if I had a straight month, I would go and dig up the most vile, nasty things that you would never want, bro. I would try to do it to match your energy, and I would come close.
The biggest problem is that I can then doctor nastier things that look authentic.
Well, I can't do that.
He can absolutely doctor.
I can't doctor it.
man.
The KNC
Concerning.
Masterpiece is next. Enjoy.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
favorite D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford, and we only have about 90 minutes, only 88 minutes now. So we got a boogie. No time for our usual nonsense and riffraff, right?
That's right.
Okay.
I'm with you on that.
Okay, good. Then let's go ahead and get to, I guess, go ahead and give me cut number 3.
He's got the ball now. Right edge of the arc. Here comes a 3. Halliburton with 22 points. Timeout, Oklahoma City.
So I kind of want to wrap everything up into this because Corey's right. We're going to try to knock out multiple segments at one time.
We're just trying to entertain you.
Exactly. So let's talk the NBA Finals, the Stanley Cup Final, and the Stars head coaching job is really desirable, right? All right, let's start.
That's a good question.
I agree. Person who told it to me is a genius. Let's start with the NBA Finals. I know Bobby was joking around and kicking me in the junk, but I will admit this series has already become more compelling than I thought it would. By the way, Indiana gets to enjoy the best of both worlds right now because not only are they up in the series 2-1, do you know what the series odds are right now?
No.
Indiana is a plus 185, which means you can still get almost 2 times your money if you think the Pacers are going to win and the Pacers are winning the series. So it's the very rare instance, Corey, where the coach is winning and can still say nobody believes in us.
Yeah, no, and that's Rick Carlisle will use every bit of that.
For sure.
He'll use every bit of that motivation to keep them locked in on what he wants them to do. And I think that Vegas is kind of betting on this becoming a 3-game series after they leave Indiana. And, okay, we'll be both splits at home on each one whenever they leave back. Now it's Oklahoma City has 2 games at home. That can all be thrown into a mess if Indiana wins another one at home, obviously.
Yes.
And I think what Indiana is doing right now is go back and watch what Rick Carlisle did to LeBron and Dwayne Wade. He wore out that superstar. He said, Jet, run around and make him chase you everywhere. Shea's having to do that. He said, hey, guess what we're going to do? We're not just putting one person on LeBron. We're not just putting one person on Kobe. We're not just putting one person on Kevin Durant. Through that thing, he said, we're throwing everybody at him. And right now, they're doing the same thing to Shea. And Kevin, you know what that does? That mentally fries people. Whenever they turn around and they go, crap, how do I go after this guy? How do I attack this guy? Or where's this double team coming from? All right, the double team left. Now the double team's coming again. He keeps doing these things that are mentally exhausting Shea, and that's where the hub is for that team.
What I continue to be impressed about as well is Indiana's offensive ability. Like, I knew they weren't like a scrub offensive team or whatever, but if you go back to the Eastern Conference Finals, obviously Pascal Siakam stepped up, was the MVP of that series. I know a lot of the focus is on Tyrese Halliburton. He almost had a triple-double last night, and rightfully so. But before that, I had been impressed by Nembhard and his ability to contribute solidly offensively while also doing well defensively. And then Mathurin last night, he was going off and really helping them out. So it kind of feels like the Pacers have done an excellent job. I know you talked defensively about spreading it out, but offensively, every time you think you isolate, this is the person that can hurt us besides Halliburton, that they're like, no, this person can do it, and so can this person. And you still got to think Miles Turner has a game in him where he can really be more effective. More effective offensively. I know he had a million block shots last night.
And they have really, really top level for them. And this seems like you can say this about a lot of Rick Carlisle teams. For his island of misfit toys, he knows how to use each one. Obi Toppin, good role player. Really good role player to have on your bench. And he's able to contribute, maybe not 20 points, but he's able to do all these other things. And that's where I think this series really becomes more effective. They look like the more physical team too, Kevin. Like The foul on Caruso last night, I was like, oh man, he really put him down. And they're not letting anything easy and soft be a foul. They're like, if we're gonna foul people, we're gonna really put a hurt on them.
You know, it's really interesting, and we'll probably talk about this more if it comes to fruition. If Indiana wins the series, where does this title put Carlisle's legacy at? I think the biggest thing that it does is it breaks him out of the one club, right? Like you're not in that you're not in that group anymore. And all of a sudden now you start talking about him, whether it's like if you think it's Tom Janovich, if you think it's Chuck Daly, like I feel like those are very respected head coaches, and I think it moves him into that next level. Now, you're
winning with a couple different teams is
sure
very interesting.
You know what? That's a good point too, because obviously Rudy T and Chuck Daly both won back to back. But I'm not going to like jump him right ahead to the Pat Riley class, just because Pat Riley had the dominant team of the 80s and then unfortunately won another title. But I think this ups Rick Carlisle's standing tremendously overall, but it also reminds everybody right now is like, holy crap, the Pacers were a fluke according to everybody when they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals last year. And then when they made it back this year, yeah, but you're not going to win. Not only did they win, they're in the NBA Finals. They're massive underdogs, and they lead this series.
Yeah, and that's when Miles Turner, did you see the video of him speaking it into existence before the season? Where he's like, we made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. We're going to make it to the NBA Finals. And we're going to win it. And everybody's like, oh my gosh, look, he spoke it into existence. But everybody else can think they're a fluke.
Sure.
The guys in the locker room.
Sure.
If they believe it, what did Choppy say? If you believe the lie, it's true to you.
It's not a lie if you believe it.
And so right now, Rick Carlisle has them believing that. And like you just started the show with, he's going to use every single piece of information that goes against them in the conversations with them.
Now, I want to move into the Stanley Cup final tonight. Topic 2. What is your entry level, and is there any part of you that thinks this game could break the Oilers? And I know that's a tricky thing to say because last year the Oilers fell down 3-0 in the Stanley Cup final. They came all the way back and forced a Game 7. But when you saw the dominant nature of the score and the physicality, I wonder if you see a repeat tonight, if Florida will be like, yeah, you're back and you're better, but you're still not as good as us.
I think the natural nature of humans is when you get up 3-0 to coast. I got a 3-game advantage on them. It's going to take them forever to come back and beat us.
Sure.
And you start thinking, man, we've done all these things. Right now, I think Florida's in a mindset of we're not letting that happen again.
Yeah.
We know how much better we are than them, and I think Edmonton is kind of like the Stars, is about to experience the crap. We've run out of things to do to beat them. We've run out of ways to beat them, and they keep beating us. What are they doing? And they're going to be confused to a point where they don't know what to. I think Edmonton will score, and they're going to keep trying to do that. But Florida's like, we know how to beat them now, and they're going to just continue to do. I don't think this series is going to last much longer.
Well, and that is fair. And of course, if it does go the other way, clearly the excitement in Edmonton and not only tying the series, but regaining home ice advantage, trying to break the, I think, 32-year drought of Canadian teams winning the Stanley Cup. I'm super intrigued to see how that plays out tonight. But we have another hockey thing to get to. Topic 3. Go ahead and give me cut number 6, Alec, if you will.
And off the clock here in the third period. Rantanen again. Rantanen scores! Off the skate of Gerard!
Now, my answer to this question is going to be yes. But I think it's a great question from Corey about the desirability of the Stars job. And like my surface reason I said yes is I was like, 3 straight Western Conference Finals. And I get that. But on the flip side, man, the level of pressure the second you walk in the door with the Stars is going to be so much different than it is for a lot of NHL teams. Obviously not Florida, not Edmonton, probably not Colorado, but a lot of other NHL team.
Yeah, it was the piece by Leah Simikopoulos where she kind of noted what they're looking for. DeBoer is the reason they got to those Western Conference Finals 3 years in a row.
Sure.
Whatever structure he had in that locker room, he knew he had the talent. but he also guided the structure of that locker room to that place. So you're already replacing a guy that knows how to get to that place.
Yep.
So now you have to be good enough to know how to get to that place. That's part of the. I don't know if David Carl, they're like, oh no, he knows how to do it. He did in college, and that's going to just completely transfer to this. But you already have to replace a guy that did that. So the expectation of that is now you have to win the cup or be in the cup at least. I think be in the cup is the expectation.
Yeah, because let's just say you bring in whoever, and I know one of their things is going to be, oh, he's in his first season. But if you lose in the Western Conference Finals again, people who are still Team DeBoer, because that's going to seep over into next year, are going to be like, the hell, what? We could have done that.
But
he could have done
her
that.
list included a proven winner, a new voice. So you got to have those two things. A proven winner who also is a fresh voice, but maybe not too new of a voice, because we've been told by Jim Nill and the group that they want to kind of keep a lot of continuity with what they already have. A player's coach, so that's a thing that you have to be. You can't be a hard ass. Toughness, you have to be a hard ass. So hold on, can't be a player's coach and a hard ass.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's going to work. You got to command respect.
Sure.
Strong special team system. They had a pretty decent one that they were working on. Maybe it can be better. Maybe they can grow it. Ability to work with superstars. Like the list of things, including the pressure of being the guy that take them over the hump. I don't know if every coach wants this job, but I feel like the great ones, the great coaches that know, will look at it and go, I can do that. I don't need to change that team. I just need to tune it up a little bit.
Okay. Let me ask you guys about player.
I don't know who's available that wants something like that.
Sure. And let me ask you about player buy-in as well, because this is how I'm motivated, but not everybody is motivated the same way. Whoever the next coach is, I would go in there and I would be like, you guys have been a really good hockey team. You have done so well in the playoffs the last 3 years, but you haven't done well enough and you haven't been great. I'm here to make you great. And so, to me, I'd be like, hell yeah, let's go take that next step and win. But how many other people...
You think that room right now would eye roll at that, or do you think they would be on the page with you?
I don't think I can say that there's a consensus, but I do think there'll be some people in there and be like, listen to this, especially as a college coach. Listen to this MF or oh, you won in college, neat. This is a whole different level. We've been in the Final Four 3 straight times. What are you talking about? And that's the balance of motivation versus you don't want to alienate any of your people straight out the gate.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's where the eye roll part is kind of concerning, because you got to figure out who those guys are. That's what usually a first year is, right? I got to figure out what guys are staying and what guys are going.
Yeah.
McCarthy kind of did that. You kind of look around at coaches and managers that come in. Bochy didn't really need to. He had a group that kind of was really... Chris Young went and said, I'm going to give you a team that can compete.
Sure.
But a lot of times you're trying to figure out who pairs well with me and where are my leaders so that I don't have to be the one riding people's asses all the time.
And that is an inherent advantage that Bochy, or even the year Hitchcock came back, had, is they can say, I've been in the spot you're in now, and we did it. The difficulty for Jim Nill.
Yeah, they could totally believe.
Exactly. Because Jim Nill can be like, I've won cups before, but then the follow-up is, did you make all the decisions? No. Or if you bring in a college coach, well, I've won championships before at the NHL level. No. Or if you were an assistant on a championship team. That's the issue with so many of these coaches coming in. Not for me. I'm just saying, surely there are people in that room who are going to be like, man, I really feel like you just kind of crapped all over what we'd accomplished.
I wanted to throw this into a conversation today at some point. Maybe we can explain it. We can discuss it a little more. A guy named Nick Zarius, who works for the 33rd team football, also does Locked On Oilers. I love this comment from him. Florida Panthers traded a Hart Trophy finalist, 110-point forward, coming off the best season in the history of the franchise after losing in the second round, and have been unanimously praised for showing conviction. You don't have to wait for assets to bottom out to move on from them.
Yes.
Kevin, that right there is you have to see the trend and know what your team is. And I hope Jim Nill sees it and doesn't go, no, the team just needs this.
I go back to, and there are plenty of other examples. You go back to a team like the Chiefs that we talked about. Alex Smith was solid, but that's it. They were like, and that's all you're ever
as
going to
far as
be.
this is gonna go.
Exactly. And so they were like, hey, let's make a move. You've seen it time and time and time again. And this doesn't have to be about the Cowboys, but like the Cowboys feel like the poster child against what you just said. Why would you trade an asset if they haven't bottomed out? Because sometimes that's what you have to do. And then the other thing is, I bet they got a crap load of stuff for that asset. And that's the other thing, is sometimes you let that asset go at or near the height of its ability to bring back that requisite value that you want. Not just when people are like, oh, you know, why can't we trade Terrence Steele for a first-round pick? And you're like, whoa, because nobody wants Terrence Steele right now. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, but also baseball nuggets. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Leiter ready. He kicks and fires. Swinging, there's a high drive, well hit ball deep into center. Going back on this is Carter. He looks up and it's gone. Byron Buxton hits his 11th home run of the year. It comes with 2 men on board and gives Minnesota a 3-2 lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to try to run baseball nuggets and gridiron gravy in this segment. We got a short show. We'll be leading you into Rangers baseball, 11:30 pregame right here on your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys. Sorry, Terrence Steele. 105.3 The Fan. That was unfair. All right. Do you guys want to start with gridiron? I can acknowledge that was a mistake. Do you guys want to start with gridiron or baseball nuggets?
Yeah, we're going to start with gridiron.
All right, right now.
Gridiron nuggets.
It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start with, I don't know, the least surprising story of the day. Shamar Stewart has left Bengals minicamp. Look, you go back 2 days ago, and we're like, it's really weird that he still hasn't signed, but he's there, and he had that wrinkle that the Bengals tried to add to his contract that essentially like made it not really fully guaranteed. And then I think it was yesterday, or maybe it was after our show on Tuesday, where he did a sit down, and all these reporters were asking him about his contract, and he goes, hey, I'm here. And he's like, I get other issues with players not that want a raise and everything like that, but he was like, I haven't even got my deal yet, and I'm here. And they're like, hey, why do you think that they changed the contract? And he goes, you'd have to ask the Bengals that. And so he like went in depth about his issues with the cheap ass Bengals. He didn't say it like that, but you know, we all got it. And now he's leaving, as he probably should.
This is what happens when you draft A&M players.
Okay, that's one argument. But unlike at the collegiate level, A&M players have contributed to winning teams.
I do wonder how many Bengals fans right now are going, this effing rookie. Greedy rookie. Or if they're like, no, hold on, he's right, and our team is cheap like this.
See, and that's what I would do, because they added something that they've never put in a first-round contract at a time when not only are first-round contracts just rubber stamp guaranteed all the way, you're getting to the point where you're going to start to see second-round contracts rubber stamp guaranteed all the way. They're like, hey, we're going to throw in this one little thing that says maybe it's not really guaranteed.
Yeah, and that's...
His agent's got to be like, don't sign that.
And that's why he knows, too. If he had a bad agent, his agent would be like, hold on, yeah, let's go ahead and sign it. Good agent goes, this has never been like this before. I don't know what they're trying to pull it fast when it's not going to work.
Zach Taylor probably wisely said, I'm not going to make any predictions on Shamar Stewart. Because what he really wants to say is both sides of that. Well, you're a rookie. You got a lot to learn. Get your ass up here. But also, I really wish my ownership was not cheap as hell, especially on that other defensive player. Think about it. How terrible was that Bengals defense last year?
They were bad.
And they were like, don't worry, we'll get all the wide receiver contracts taken care of. But the defensive stud we have and the first-round pick we made, well, let's see what happens.
Yeah, no, it's a bad approach. I don't love it for them.
Yeah.
Nor do I love it for Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase.
Man, I bet Joe Burrow's like, hey, what I meant, pay my guys the money. No, I meant across the team. I didn't just mean the people that I throw to. All right, let's talk about some joint practices. The Giants and Jets are going to hold their joint practices this season. I think the goal is to determine if they combined teams, could they maybe make the playoffs this year? I think the answer will still be no, but we'll see how those joint practices go. The Cowboys and Rams are going to also hold a joint practice. They're going to do it ahead of their preseason game. And I love this because, Corey, you're well aware of this. We've been to training camp many times. The multi-team practice is where you see as close to actual practice or scrimmage or whatever as you get to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are moments in regular practice where you see real physical competitiveness.
Sure.
And usually that's when Micah is on the field, which is nice to hear that he did put his helmet on and got out there and did some stuff. That's awesome. But usually let's go with the Raiders, the first one we saw. I mean, Raiders fans filled that place. Guess what happened? Cowboys players were like, hold on, these Raiders fans are in our house today. And so they got competitive with each other and a fight broke out.
Real quick, moment I love on the show. I did a bit going around with the Raiders fans, asking them how long they've been on probation. The second person I talked to, he goes, yeah, about 6 weeks I've been out.
Yeah.
He goes, you got me.
Yeah, there were a couple more, but immediately somebody hit somebody with a mini helmet and fight. And then with the Rams, we've been able to see the competitive nature amongst offensive linemen with Aaron Donald. And I do really enjoy those practices. I think they're smart.
And
as long as nobody gets hurt.
979 in joint practices, do all the players just get together and smoke weed?
No.
Usually they try to schedule it from about 2 to 7, if possible. All right, one more note for you. Oh, the Packers.
420 hours right in the middle of that.
Yeah. Does it mean something that Chris Young is at that time? Probably not. All right. The Packers are doing business the way I wish the Cowboys would do business all of the time. They're going to take all of the dead cap hit for a Jair Alexander this year. All $17 million of it. Because people will usually be like, oh, you split it as a post-June 1st cut, blah, blah, blah. And then they talk about money that you save. Like, for people that want to get rid of Terrence Steele now, they talk about money you'll save, completely ignoring the, extra $8 million or whatever that he still hits your team in 2026. And I'm like, that's why the Cowboys don't spend money. I don't think it's because they're cheap with their players. I think it's because they have so many bad deals that they made with dead money that they don't have any more money to spend.
Yeah, the dead money is always confusing to me because I don't quite understand how it works exactly. But I'm glad I have you on my side because then I can just go to you and ask.
The next collective bargaining agreement, I think they should go to the table and also be like, what if the salaries were what they are?
Yeah, what if we just actually corrected all of this?
I know.
And didn't worry about dead money, the cap structure. Yeah, get rid of it all.
Revolutionary idea. Probably not going to happen. All right, that's all the gridiron you get. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Now, Alec, I've learned a lot about Corey Majors over the years. One of the things he taught me, maybe at the newspaper, was when in doubt, go with the hot girl. So let's start. Should that have been an off-air conversation?
Pleasing to look at a cover of something.
All right. Because of that, let's start with Red Sox rookie Roman Anthony.
Okay.
It's only fair that if yesterday I talked about the error he made, now we talk about getting his first hits and everything like that. But then also, social media has become enamored with Roman Anthony's sister, because that is how our society works, going all the way back, well, probably for way longer than this. But I remember it with the owner's daughter of the Bucks at the lottery, that everyone's like, who is that girl? And so now Roman Anthony's sister, I believe it's Leah Anthony, has taken over the internet conversation.
I know this is about her and him, but I do want to go back to that moment, because there's two moments that I predicted, Kevin. Alex Morgan scores a goal for Team USA when we're on a Saturday morning show, and I looked up and said, she's America's next sweetheart. Guess what happened? She was.
It's true.
Then, whenever we saw the Bucks owner's daughter sitting there waiting for the pick or whatever it was, I can't remember exactly, I said, let's just keep track of her Twitter account and see what's going on here.
That night, it went up like, I don't know, 15,000
I think it was
followers.
160,000 followers.
That is unbelievable.
And it was one of those where we were like, just keep track of this. And you're right. That is the way the country. Hold on. Who is this chick? I've never seen her before. And by the way, I do think that Roman Anthony's sister was intentionally being a little provocative, understanding that she would be seen. And whenever you know that you're going to be seen,
sure,
you want people to see you. And she made sure of it.
Now, I learned that this was not photoshopped. I really thought it was, but Pope Leo XIV really was wearing a White Sox hat at the Vatican. I just assumed that was fake.
Is that not okay?
Oh, I think it's fine.
Okay, I didn't know if he had to wear
know.
his big old hat, because doesn't that make him closer to God or something?
Yes.
I didn't know exactly how that worked.
I think it's fine.
Any hat's okay for the Pope, huh?
I don't know if that's okay, but
sure?
It seemed like he had his regular Pope hat in his hand. So he probably just put it on for a second. He's like, check this out. I love the White Sox.
He wanted people to really know.
Yeah.
I am a White Sox fan.
Yes.
And I am talking to the Lord about getting them a World Series this year, because he just saw on the Athletics response that players are calling them trash and they're a dumpster fire.
Well, guess what? The Athletics have lost 14 straight road games, so I don't really know if I want to hear from them. Jackson Jobe for the Detroit Tigers. He is going to undergo Tommy John surgery, which obviously means not only will he be out for the rest of the season, but then you start to wonder about what next season is going to look like. Really tough break for the Detroit Tigers. Obviously, they have been phenomenal this year, and Jackson Jobe in his rookie season. I know we mentioned this in Crosstalk, but if you missed it, Hunter Dobbins last week talked about how he would never play for the Yankees and he would rather retire than have to play for the Yankees, even if that was his only option to stay in baseball. Now, some people thought it was just because he played for the Red Sox, he was feed into the rivalry, and that was probably part of it. But then he talked more about it and said, like, his dad had a brief career with New York, and much like people like to tear other folks down with their old tweets, people sprung into action as like, I am going to research this. Joel Sherman of the New York Post looked into it, said he made false claims.
Oh, man.
And then Dobbins had to stick up for his dad by saying, it was stuff I grew up seeing pictures from my dad. My dad's the one who got me to love baseball. And then I think this is a fair statement. I think we all do this at some time or another. At the end of the day, I didn't fact check my dad or anything like that.
Yeah, we just believe him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I very, very much so. There have been conversations I've had with Avery. And I'm like, man, he didn't even ask any questions about that. And then 10 years later, he's like, hey, you said this. Is that still the same story? And I'm like, oh, crap. What was my story then?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Just
Coming
tell
up
the truth,
next.
Kevin. That's the best way.
Yes, agreed. It's time to talk with Jared Sandler. But you know what? We're squeezing in multiple things today, so maybe we'll have another topic there. I bet we do. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course not. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And here comes Dallas Beckers, who's played every second so far in this first half. Steps through. Wow, the finger roll around the rim and in.
Boy, is that pretty. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll chat with Jared Sandler in just 1 second. But this is emblematic of something now we've seen a few times during the season for the Wings. Paige Beckers last night, 35 points. She became the third rookie in Wings history, along with Odyssey Sims and Arike Ogunbowale. And we saw this from Arike earlier in the season. I think she had 36, 38 in a game that the Wings lost. Paige has 35 in a game that the Wings lose. And they lose by double figures. The Wings are now 1-10. So on the one hand, it's super encouraging from Paige. On the other hand, the team is still not good.
5 for 7 from three is nice. She showed her range, too, a couple different times. And her ability just to be around the basket, find open cuts was fantastic. But, Kevin, that team still defensively looks like they're on skates.
I can see that.
This is my challenge to you, Dallas Wings.
Oh.
Get better defensively. Become a defensive stalwart, and y'all are going to be competing for the title. Like, seriously, I think that you have something that y'all can build on, but defensively y'all have to be better to keep up with the other teams in this league.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Let's preview those Texas Rangers with Jared Sandler. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. What's going on?
Now, I want to jump right to this because we see it all the time, which, of course, I think means you see it even more than all of the time. How do you feel about Jacob Latz? Because it feels as though the Rangers fan base has turned against him.
Yeah, I love him when he starts an inning clean. It seems like when he comes into a game in the middle of an inning, he struggles. So when he comes in clean, you look at his numbers. I mean, his whiff rate, strikeout rate, both really, really good compared to the league, top 25% of the league. And that, you don't just give up on that, but it does seem like when he comes into an inning, he has a tougher time. Even an inning like yesterday where he comes in and they get an out at the plate, so that lead runner is erased. For whatever reason, the rhythm for him appears to be different. When he started the other day in DC, he was awesome. He pitched really well. Maybe ran out of steam a little bit there at the end. They were trying to push him a bit. But I do like him. But there's some guys, for whatever reason, they seem to have more comfort when they start with a clean inning, and he seems to be one of those guys.
Yesterday or last night, Boach was talking a little bit about the off-speed pitches from Jack Leiter and how he just didn't quite have control of those exactly the way he wanted to. Do you have any more specific things to elaborate on what he wasn't doing right with his off-speed stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to oversimplify it. One thing that I think I'm going to try and communicate easily that maybe people can follow along with next time Jack starts, because it's more than just this. I don't want to say that it only comes down to this, but one thing he has struggled with in general this year, even through what has been a big step forward, is finishing guys off with two strikes. And you think, all right, well, two strikes, one way to get guys out with two strikes, so you can't get them out with one or no strikes, is the strikeout. He gets his strikeouts with his fastball, and then he can get his strikeouts with his slider. His slider is not a sweeping pitch, though. It's not a pitch that moves a ton horizontally. It's more of a vertical pitch. If you didn't know what it was called, maybe you'd look at it and say, "Oh, that's probably a curveball."
Yep.
Other than it's the velocity is up there, but it's a slider. He just everyone throws their pitches with a little bit of a different shape, but because his is more vertical, he needs to do a better job, it seems, of throwing that pitch over the plate and having his misses be below the zone, not off the plate. What's been happening is, and I actually tweeted this last night, a little dot chart of where his two-strike sliders were located. They were all off the plate, glove side. So as a hitter, it's easier to lay off that pitch because Jack doesn't have another pitch that when he throws it at that starting point, you got to worry about. And because it doesn't move a ton horizontally, when it ends up a couple inches off the plate, it's starting a couple inches off the plate, or maybe an inch off the plate, right? So when he throws that pitch over the plate but below the zone, he's going to get more swings and misses. And I think it will tunnel better with his fastball and make it a little more difficult for hitters to make a decision. So that's one thing. I don't want to say it's the only thing, but that is one thing that I think maybe it would be easy to follow along with next time Jack makes his start is, hey, in general, where is he throwing his slider, but specifically with two strikes when he's trying to get a swing and miss, where is that pitch located? Because I guarantee he's going to get more swings and misses when that pitch is over the plate but below the zone as opposed to off the plate.
Now, I'm glad that I've been wrong about this so far, but at the beginning of the season or when the acquisition was made, I described Patrick Corbin as the buffet of starting pitchers. The portion sizes are great in terms of the innings pitched, but the results are usually not that great. He has been decidedly better than I anticipated, and I think a lot of people anticipated. What have you seen from him this season that has been particularly effective?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, he's pitched well in traffic. He's got a lot of weak contact, and so that's allowed him to pitch well in traffic. It's not like the strikeout numbers are exquisite. It's not like, he doesn't walk anyone. But when he gets guys on, he's experienced enough. It doesn't seem like he panics in any way, shape, or form. And he's just done a really good job of getting weak contact. A lot of people point to the cutter and his ability to better use that pitch against righties to help, take away what was a pretty stark platoon advantage for opposing hitters. And he's going to be tested with that again because the Twins, do a really good job of matching up. That's a big part of their identity. They love to match up, and they're going to do that again against him today. But the cutter, you look at the pitch individually, like you go to Savant or something, it's not going to have these like amazing numbers where it's like, wow, I mean, this pitch is unbelievable. It's just the ability to use that pitch, the way it causes a little additional hesitation for the hitters, knowing that pitch is in his arsenal. And then just the way, again, that he's been able to get weak contact has been a huge part of what he's been able to do this year. It's not, some of the peripheral numbers aren't, incredibly sexy. But, again, when guys aren't going to hit the ball hard or they don't hit the ball hard, you tend to have a little more chance to limit slug and to limit damage.
How much do players still care about winning a series? Because when we would always talk in the post game, it would be like, hey, every game counts the same. And I realize, like, if you lose to Minnesota, you lose the series, not the end of the world. You move on to Chicago. But I keep thinking 2 or 3 from Washington. If you can take 2 or 3 from Minnesota and just keep stacking up series wins, that's how you're really going to get back into contention. But do you get the sense that players, like, view today's game as something like that?
I don't think they look at it like, oh my gosh, like for bragging rights, we want to take 2 or 3 from the Twins. I think they look at it though as like a way to break down 162 games. And hey, if we can win 2 of 3, we're going to be in good shape. And I think that they look at today's game, not just as one game, but hey, we're going to feel good about getting on the plane, having won back-to-back series. So yeah, I do think that they look at it, maybe not like in a, like I said, in a sense of pride or ego way. I think it's just more, hey, all right, 162 games. Yeah, we can throw out the cliche of one game at a time, but let's break it down series by series. And if we win more series than we don't, we're probably going to be in the playoffs. So, I think especially on the road, when you can win a series on the road, you certainly feel good. And I mean, Kevin, it's all mental gymnastics, right? I mean,
sure.
However, every game counts the same. You don't get a bonus point for winning a series or anything like that. But when you can, when you can break it down in a certain way, and kind of couch it like that, then maybe it helps a player understand how to get through a season. So I think it's just a form of mental gymnastics to help break down 162.
With that many games, you need it. I get it. Thank you very much, good sir. Appreciate the time.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys.
There you go, Jared Sandler, right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're the KNC Masterpiece, and I feel like it's about that time.
Let's give something away!
877-881.
It caught me off guard. I'm sorry. It's
105.3. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see the singer Bryan Adams on November 13th at the American Airlines Center. Of course, you can buy tickets or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Coming up next, do folks watch the U.S. Open, at least in part, to watch the golfers struggle? Plus, who you got? Next on The Fan.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babies.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Corey Majors. You got Alec Medford. And we do not have a lot of time today. So if you can go ahead and give me cut number 4, because I said we're going to try to cram in as much content as possible. Give me cut number 4.
The Pacers attempting to go up 2-1 and now officially are up 2-1 as time has run out. Boy, Oklahoma City had the lead in the fourth quarter, but as is their custom, the Pacers rallied and were able to finish this one off 116 to 107.
Now, I know he's going to be fine because Jay-Z has a net worth of approximately $2.5 billion. But he bet $1 million on the Thunder in that game, and he lost.
That's a lot of money.
It is, but
how much is that to me?
I'll have to get back to you on that, and I'll have to ponder that because we're going to have to keep moving quickly.
All right.
But shockingly little is what I'll say. In the meantime,
that hurts.
Let's talk about, that's not just about you, that's about all people.
No, it makes me think.
That's me, that's Alec Carter, that's all of us, is something that Xander Schauffele said, and I believe he's having a tough go of it today in the first round of the U.S. Open. So Xander Schauffele said, I don't think people turn the TV on to watch some of the guys just like hit a 200-yard shot on the green. You know what I mean? I think they turn the U.S. Open on to see a guy shoot 8 over and suffer. That's part of the enjoyment of playing in the U.S. Open for viewers. And so I always thought about that with like the British Open or the Open, as they like to say, is people like to watch that because they're like, that weather can get freaking crazy out there. So what do you guys think about the idea that folks watch the U.S. Open? I mean, they like golf for sure, but they also watch the U.S. Open to watch these players suffer and hit shots that are relatable to you, to me, to everybody. By the way, Schauffele, 4 over in the first round through 14.
The best score right now is 4 under. Like that's the best right now, and I think that was through. I can't remember. I just saw it, maybe through 10. That's not why I watch golf, but I do like having because I'm not good at golf, Kevin. So right. I don't get competitive. A lot of people when they play golf, they'll keep score, and I go out to play golf. You don't keep
score when you golf?
I jot it down for the first 9 holes, and then I crack my first beer, and I'm done keeping score. Because now I'm there just to have fun with my buddies. Like I'm just there to enjoy my time. But I do know the things that I'm watching, and when I watch the U.S. Open, I don't go, "Oh, you dummy!" I go, "Oh man, this is a tough course," or like this is specifically tough. And when I watch the Masters, I know. Everybody's there. Everybody wants to be at the Masters. It's a beautiful thing. It's not the most difficult course in the world. It's beautiful, though. And so there are certain courses that I am watching for, hey, man, this is chaos. But sometimes you do watch somebody hoping for failure to make yourself feel a little bit better, whether it's a bet that you made or whatever. But I don't watch golf for that. But there are some very tough courses that they play on. I mean, the Open in overseas, that's a tough one, too.
So, and that's one of the reasons, Alec, that I wanted to bring this up is because I thought about it from the perspective of, obviously, I've talked about golf, and it's not my most favorite thing in the world. But I could see if you're a golfer who struggled, seeing somebody who's in a major, who's won a major, hit a tee shot into the crowd and doink somebody, that you're like, okay, should I not have said it like that? And yeah, but like you're there and you're like, that's relatable. I've done that, except nobody's watching me play golf, so it just goes out into the forest.
From the 817, yeah, I love when the pros flub a shot in the water. I always think the pros do it. It's not just me. From the 254, why wait 9 holes to crack a beer? Good point. I should crack it on the way, as I'm being dropped off, obviously. Not because I'm driving there, but get started early in the morning.
Okay, because that makes your golf theoretically maybe worse, but all right.
Or maybe it makes you better.
Okay, so are you going to have more fun?
Yes.
Hold on. Are you going to have more fun shooting 9 holes and being like, fine, whatever, drinking, hanging out with your buddies? Or are you going to have more fun if you're focused, pay attention, you don't drink at all, and you shoot a career best round?
Two very different things. And Kevin, the reason I wait 9 holes is to see if I'm having my career best.
Okay.
Usually I'm not.
Right.
Okay. I swing a golf club like I did a baseball bat, really hard, and just hoping that everything goes straight, and it doesn't. So, but yes, if I'm on fire to start things, I'll probably be like, you know what, I'm keeping this. I'm not gonna crack one open yet. Some people feel like they play better. It's like when you go on a cruise ship. You go on a cruise ship, Kevin. You need to drink. Otherwise, you're going to be stumbling all over the place during the waves.
Somebody said, no, Kevin, it's called aiming oil. All right, look, if
that beer strength.
To Corey's point, if beer makes you shoot better, then that is tremendous. Now, to go along with this, and I also want to know who you guys got to win the tournament. Scotty Scheffler is the overwhelming favorite. Corey, you brought this up. Did you see that Scheffler had to delete his Venmo account?
I did see that he had to delete that.
Because he goes, I think everybody heard from fans when they have like a financial benefit or anything in the outcomes, like if he would win. And he goes, that's why I had to get rid of my Venmo, because I was either getting paid by people or people were requesting a bunch of money. When I wouldn't win, it's not a good feeling. And I will tell you this, don't harass an athlete.
Don't.
If the gamble that you made didn't go your way.
That's on you.
Yes. But the one thing I appreciate, look, it's the same thing when we make predictions or when people make bets. You didn't make the wrong pick. The athlete or team just didn't play the right way, right? And so that's what
they didn't do what they typically do.
That's what we all think at times. But I do respect the person who's like, hey, I complain about this, but you really came through for me, Scheffler. Here's a couple of extra bucks for you.
Throw a chip to the dealer.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like if you're going to complain about like, oh, I got crap cards or whatever, I appreciate at least the people on the other side who tip the dealer or think that Scheffler needs their extra $15 or whatever.
Is it legal to accept that money? Do you know that, like, not legal?
I think in golf it would be because there's not a cap. I bet in team sports that would be viewed as potentially a way of circumventing the salary cap. Although they didn't care when Tom Brady did it to open his business for free and make all the players go there.
I don't know if the PGA's Players Union is very like, hey guys, y'all can't accept more money.
Yeah, that feels like that probably didn't happen.
It's just a Cash App.
All right.
How did people get his Cash App though?
I mean,
his phone number leaks, and you're just like, oh, it's Scotty Scheffler.
If Bobby has enough time,
that's true,
to track down all these stories, people have enough time to track down information about Scotty Scheffler. Is that who you guys are picking? He is overwhelmingly the favorite in this tournament.
I mean, I don't understand why you wouldn't pick him. I know DeChambeau's at +1 right now.
This is leading right now.
Yeah, it's still early. You know, it's still early in the weekend, Kevin. But yeah, man. I will go Scheffler most times until he's like, nah, I'm really bad now.
Alec, I want your prediction as well, but if somebody made the bold decision, and we've already seen how with Rory McIlroy, my golf predictions, very questionable track record, if somebody decided to go bold on underdog and predict that he would finish worse than 5.5 in the tournament.
Ooh.
There's pretty good numbers to be had there. Who are you picking to win this tournament?
I might have to follow you down that path, but I'm kind of with Corey where it's like, until he proves me wrong, I got to go with Scotty. Because he will have one of those moments every now and then where he literally is just like, nope, don't have it today. It's over, to quote Mike. But, you know, I think I got to roll with him until he proves that he's not in it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll talk a little bit more about Rangers Twins, plus the biggest misconceptions about MLB players as we lead you into the baseball game next on The Fan.
They say this part of the
low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Latz comes home. There's a line shot to left center field. On the run is Carter. He can't get it. It's beyond his reach. All the way to the wall. Wallner is home. France around third. He will score. Rounding third base and holding up now is Willie Castro with a 2-run triple as the Twins lead it 5-2.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to lead you into pregame for the series finale with the Rangers and the Twins. Now, we can reflect on last night's game with the Rangers and Twins if you guys like it. I'm all about that. But there's a couple other things that they lost. We talked about it, Jared. Let's move on to something
Let's win
else.
the series.
Okay. See, I'm with you on that. But I wanted to hit a couple of different things going back to, and I really appreciate and thank the work that The Athletic does with the player polls that they do. I think it's a fascinating insight, and they ask a really great variety of questions. Maybe tomorrow we'll do our own stars poll.
I dare you.
Okay.
I dare you.
I think we might try to do that. So, misconceptions about Major League Baseball players. And so, again, they ask more than 130 players about that. And one National League pitcher said, "Our life is awesome, but it's not as easy as people think. I don't think fans realize when we say spend more time with our teammates and our families that we're not exaggerating. It's not even close. That's why I said you want to be a good dad, good husband. It's not easy." Another National League pitcher. "I haven't seen my mom on her birthday in 17 years. People are like, yeah, you're getting paid. You're getting treated great. And that's true. But I've missed so many things for so many years.
And you know what's really interesting about that? Because, Kevin, I know I missed a lot of things with my kids. Working nights. Putting them to bed, going to games, things that we were doing while we were working nights that I missed. And nobody ever said anything to me about it. But I felt bad about it.
Sure.
So that's probably what no, it's not like your mom sitting there because you missed her birthday and she's like, "Gah, another year."
Right.
No, she's proud of you.
Right.
You feel like you're letting them down.
For sure.
And those things do kind of build up on you. And that's why you do try and make up for it in the off season. You try and say, okay, what vacation can we do? What can we do together? That's what they're meaning by all that is they do feel bad. It's them more than it is anybody else because most people, Kevin, are proud of you for going and pursuing your dream.
Sure. Yeah, no, I'm with you. The other thing that came up that, man, I appreciated very much, and it feels very similar to radio. Like, obviously, today is a short show for us. And RJ joked, you guys are up here longer to do show prep than you were for the actual show. But an American League pitcher said, people ask what time I get to the ballpark, and I tell them 1 p.m., and they're shocked. Another American League pitcher said, we usually get there at noon. We practice before. Everyone's got their own routine, weightlifting, throwing. We get to the field way before the first pitch. And then a National League position player said, people think we just show up and play the game. They don't see the work that goes into the hours before, and that led me to a conversation that I had with one of Brandon's friends' moms. And she's like, oh, how many hours a week do you think you work? And I was like, I don't know, maybe like 50 or 60. And she goes, oh my gosh, when's your show on? And I said 10 to 2. And she goes, that's only 20 hours.
Right.
And I was like,
there's
true. Yeah. There's a lot more
Every
to
conversation you have is potential for for a topic. And then you got to go look and find these topics. It's not like somebody just hands us a sheet and goes, hey, do this show today.
Yes.
It has to be prepared. And that part of it is the work that it takes for sure. And the family knows and is willing to is sacrifice those things for it.
And if you think about it from that perspective, like even if it's a home game, let's say first pitch 7:05.
I was always shocked at spring training, Kevin, when we would get there and those dudes are there like 6:30, 7 in the morning.
Oh my God, so early.
Right,
yeah. And so like let's even say a home game, which is theoretically the easier version of it. If you get there at noon, even if the game's at 6:35, all right, after everything, you're probably not really leaving the park until 10.
And then you got to decompress at home.
And that's theoretically the easiest part. Or you got to go home and maybe your wife or whatever is like, hey, there's this thing with the kids, or we got this meeting or whatever. So
can you put our daughter down?
Yeah.
I've been with her all day today.
I appreciate the things that go along with that. And I get a lot of people do it because it's their dream. And then the money. I know the money makes up for some of it, but for some people, probably not all of it. And I'm sure that's why like some football players retire early and everything like that. For the gambling part, we've been through this many, many times. Don't harass an athlete because the bet didn't go your way. But has legalized sports betting changed how fans treat you or your teammates? 10% unsure, 12% no. 78% yes.
Interesting. Boch yesterday was kind of like, I haven't really noticed it.
And that makes sense to me because as the manager, like obviously he has a huge responsibility, but I bet he gets less flack because so many people bet specifically on athletes and different things like that.
And he maybe doesn't have TikTok.
That's fair.
And then Twitter.
That is fair.
He's probably not seeing it from those angles too, which is, again, why you're a player. Do what Dak does.
Yeah. And
just build it and promote your stuff that you're doing.
I remember she said once, oh, yeah, I got to get those shows and movies loaded up for me. And so one person brought up a great point. $760,000 is the minimum salary for Major League Baseball. And you're like, that's way more money than I make. And I hear that. But one 7-year veteran said, I worry that the young guys come in and see, and maybe a gambler can manipulate them because they're not making all of the money yet. And I don't ever want to see that. And obviously that could derail your entire career before it even really starts.
Yeah.
One player said, I got a Venmo request for $9,000 with a threat that said, you blew that game. I need you to send that money or I'm going to find your family.
See?
That's a crazy reaction.
Now I need extra contract money to be able to pay for the security from a guy like that.
And I've always thought you should gamble.
But quit complaining about all the money you make and the little work you do to show up there.
If you're going to gamble, I hope you're doing it for fun and not because you really need the money, because that's probably problematic. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got pregame coming up at 11:30. First pitch, 12:10. Rangers, Twins right here on The Fan. Come back with us tomorrow. We'll have a full show, 10 a.m., 2 p.m. I already told you, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.